Name is Benjamin Botsong. I'm an investigator with the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, currently assigned to the Intelligence Division.
I'm going to move this microphone down so you project quite well, but a little bit louder for me. And what is your assignment with the Sheriff's Office?
I'm assigned to the Intelligence Division as part of the Digital Forensic Lab. My primary responsibility is the obtaining and analysis and storage of digital evidence.
What is your background in order to have a position like that?
Started training in 2016 with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center's basic introduction to digital evidence. I then got my assignment to this unit in 2019, where I attended a series of classes through the National White Collar Crime Center in both computer and mobile forensics. In May of 2019, I attended the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists course, which is a 2-week course taught in Orlando, Florida, specifically about computer forensics and digital storage. After that, they've got a 4-month peer review period where you work through a series of problems with somebody that's certified that coaches you through the process before taking an actual final exam. Completed that process, obtained that certification. I've also taken multiple classes through a vendor known as Cellbrite, whose primary business is in digital and cell phone forensics. I've taken their 3 certification tracks, which is the operator, the analyst, and then their capstone certification, the Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. And then I've taken a handful of other classes in other areas of forensics, including vehicles and drones.
You mentioned some certificates. Can you tell the jury about what certificates you possess in digital forensics?
So through Cellbrite, I hold the Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner. That's their capstone certification for the Cellbrite system in digital forensics, specifically in mobile devices. I hold the certification through that IASIS group. And then I also hold 3 certifications through Berla for vehicle forensics.
What is, did you say IASIS?
IASIS,
yes, what is that?
An International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
You mentioned a lot of digital forensics experience, but you're also post-certified. Can you tell the jury about that?
I was hired at the Sheriff's Office in 2008, attended the basic mandate course in January, or completed the basic mandate course in January of 2010, getting my state certification as a peace officer. Then I've since taken a series of courses to get both my intermediate and advanced certifications through the state of Georgia, through the Post Council, as well as a field training officer certification.
And is digital forensics a field that's constantly evolving?
It is every day.
And do you have continuing education, both voluntarily and hours that you need to meet each year?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about that, please?
So through the various vendors that affiliate with Cellbrite, Magnet Forensics, the National White Collar Crime Center, they all host training classes, new technology updates, webinars to just keep the information fresh. I also read most of the major release notes that come out from both Android, iOS, and Windows just to keep up with the technology. And then each certification has a certain requirement as far as recertification goes. And I've maintained those since they have been obtained. And those are typically through providing both training hours, and some of them have a knowledge base checkup at the recertification time.
We've been talking a lot about digital forensics. Can you describe to the jury sort of what digital forensics is?
So digital forensics is just forensics on anything digital. So it's looking at a hard drive, what files are there, what files were there, through a process, and using scientific principles, you can see what's there, what's not there. Same thing for mobile devices and other devices. So utilizing a process and a series of tools to uncover the digital information that's stored on devices.
At this time, Judge, the state would move to admit Detective Botsong as an expert in digital forensics.
Okay.
It's Investigator Botsong. Did you ask to become involved in the case against Melody Farris?
Yes.
How so?
So the original examiner that had participated in this case early on passed due to complications from COVID. And in preparation for this case, I was asked to come on and do some validation and some further work on the digital evidence.
Did you train under that investigator?
Yes.
So when you say validation, what does that mean?
So every file that we do, and as I mentioned in the introduction, it is a scientific process. If you follow the steps in your best practices, there's a series of checks that happen on all of our data. So when it comes to a hard drive, we're not necessarily just plugging the hard drive into a computer and taking a look at it. We're using specific software following that specific process. So for a computer hard drive, we actually plug that into a device that is specifically designed and created to prevent alteration to that hard drive. So I plug it in a method where I'm not writing back to the hard drive. And then we make a copy of that hard drive. And during that copying process, my computer's completing, or any of the computers that are doing it are completing a set of mathematical calculations that are known as a hash. And it's just a complicated math formula run across data that comes out with a series of numbers. Now, that is both done as a data integrity feature and so that anybody that comes behind you can go through and run any program that's capable of conducting a hash. And as long as you're selecting the same hash algorithm that I do, you could take a hard drive that I imaged and worked on 5 years ago, run this calculation, and you'll get the same results. So in my validation process, it is exactly that. The known hash values are stored in the file itself. So I'd be able to take those files, load it into the application, run this process, and the numbers match from the initial copying of that hard drive or the device containing data.
You also took original images from some of the devices. Is that also what part of your task was later on in the case? EO1 files.
Yes. I mean, I did make some files for this case.
You what?
I said I had made some files for this case, yes.
So what I want to specifically chat with you about is you specifically looked at the CPAP machine that was found in Mr. Farris's bedroom, the Dell computer found in the basement, and the trail camera. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through and actually analyzed the data within those items.
Yes, I did.
Okay. I want to start with the trail camera. Can you tell the jury where you began validating Kevin's work in the trail camera extraction?
So when working with Kevin, he had his files organized on our server from the initial extractions he had done when he copied the SD card from the trail camera. So the first thing I do is load it into a piece of software. I use one called Forensic Explorer made by a company named Get Data. And initially the first thing I select is to actually run that hash validation, to run that mathematical formula to make sure that that data has maintained its integrity since it was originally obtained by the original analyst. In this case, all those numbers matched, which to me confirmed that nothing had changed with that data since it was initially copied. Then Forensic Explorer also has features to be able to display those files as if it was a drive. So it can make it look like you had just plugged that drive into the computer. Then it also has some advanced features to see certain other files that can exist there, whether they've been deleted or temporary or hidden.
Do you know at the time when you are extracting data from, in this case, it was an SD card, do you know what it's going to pull? Does it always pull all of the deleted information? Does it pull all of the saved information?
So it will pull what is there. So whether or not I expect deleted information is going to depend on, if it is full, if there's free space on there, just by the nature of how computers store data. So if there's a bunch of free space, you can't expect to see deleted items on there. If a drive is completely full, you're less likely to see more deleted data because that space has been utilized by new files.
The files that you pulled, did it pull full photo files, JPEGs?
It did for a lot of them, and then it also showed some file entries where the software was reading that at one point in time there was a file there, but the file content itself did not exist. So there were a bunch of files and then a bunch of entries of prior files.
When you put that data into Forensic Explorer, did it pull a little bit more than what Kevin's had originally pulled?
And so Kevin had done some reports and some output. I did not go back and look at his initial examination files. So I don't know if I was looking at what he had looked at and he had selected certain items for output. So it's a difficult question
to so
answer, but it's...
When you pulled it, what do you mean by entry files?
So just like the front of a book, your computer storage keeps a index of what files are there. So it's just kind of a list of entries that contain files. And then depending on the file type, it will link to where those files are on the disk. If that area had been, overwritten by a new file, or that part of the hard drive is needed by a larger file, those entries are still there and I can read the entries, but the data for the file itself is no longer there.
Okay. At this time, state who the evidence states exhibit box on.
Okay. I submit.
All right. Judge, if you could pull up the TVs, please. Judge, could you turn on the television?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. Okay. All right, Investigator, I'm showing you bot song 9. So essentially the file from the trail camera SD card. And I want to pull up, let's see, this file within that exhibit named 18-73198 images from SD card. Are these images that were pulled by Mr. Castellano from the SD card?
Yes, they were.
And it has the date of the file creation. Is that when the device created that photo?
Yes, based on the time settings on that device itself, that is the date it's reporting that the photo was taken, or the file was created.
And then down here, what does this mean to you?
That the file had been deleted.
Okay. So this first photo appears to have been deleted. The first, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 were deleted, and then moving on from 8 down were not deleted. So I'm going to pull those up individually, but I first want to walk through each data on each photo. So for this photo, This was 7/2/18, 4:50 a.m. And it appears there's a raccoon, some animal.
Yes.
Your knowledge of trail cams, is it a motion sensor?
Yes.
Okay. So it'll take a photo when it senses motion.
Yes, it will.
Okay. And then on this one, file number 2, 7/3/18, 2:20 p.m. I think there might be a squirrel in there somewhere. Yes, there he is on the tree. And that was deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And then 7/4, 3:24 p.m. I believe we have another squirrel that triggered that photo. Also deleted?
Yes.
And then July 4th, 2018, 5:53 p.m. We got another squirrel over here.
Yes.
And that was also deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And this appears to be a person walking by on the 5th
Correct.
at 12:05 p.m. Deleted. Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. And then the 6th file, 7/5/18, 12:06, also deleted.
Yes, it is.
I think this is the last one. And this appears to be a male walking up, possibly walking up to the camera, also deleted from the 5th.
Yes.
Okay. And then this image was created on the 5th, but this says false. Does that mean that was on the SD card, not deleted?
Correct.
Okay. Same for this photo for the 6th.
Yes.
And then this appears to be a SO employee on the 6th, 12:42 a.m.
Yes.
Not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. Another SO not deleted on the 6th.
Correct.
Okay. Looks like another sheriff's office employee with badge on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And then another few moments later, also on the 6th, not deleted.
Correct.
And it appears it's moving. In this photo, 12:51 a.m. on the 6th.
Yes.
And then do you recognize any of this in the background here on the 6th?
I don't recognize the background, but that does look like one of our shirts.
Okay, so it's SO employee. And then
believe so.
the last one from the 6th at 12:53 a.m. not deleted.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So it appears, pull that back up. This was the only one from the 3rd, which was at 2:20 p.m. And that's that squirrel there on the tree. And then a couple on the 4th of 2 squirrels. And then it moves to the 5th?
Yes.
Okay. Next, I want to talk to you about something a little more complex. Did you have the opportunity to look at the Dell computer located in the basement of the Farris house?
Not the computer itself, but a copy of the hard drive, yes.
Okay, so the hard drive was imaged,
It was.
and that was a bit-by-bit copy?
Yes, it was.
And you had the opportunity to look through that copy of the hard drive?
Yes.
What was it that you were looking for?
I was asked to determine a last point of when it was used or somebody had logged into it.
So sort of user...
Looking for looking for artifacts of human interaction with the computer.
So for computers, do they have... Can the system itself push out tasks onto the computer without somebody actually sitting in front of it?
Yes.
And are you able to tell the difference between a task that a human would perform on a computer versus possibly the system performing a task?
A lot of the times I am. There are just certain small amount of instances where it's difficult to tell.
Where it's difficult to tell?
Yes.
So this image of this hard drive that you looked at, I want to walk through your report. I guess I'll just move into Evidence States Exhibit Box on 7.
No.
Which is your Dell report. And I can go ahead and give you this, and I can look at a digital copy if you would like. I'm just going to start on page 1 and kind of walk through. And hopefully, in layman's terms, describe the very technical work you did on this. All right. So on your first page here, what is this first box for computer information?
So a computer has a place where a bunch of the information on operation instructions and who it belongs to and other information is stored, called the registry. And in this case, this is a selective output of that information. And the first box itself shows that it is a Windows machine and it gives you the install date. But the more important part of this is pulling the registered owner.
Which says what?
In this case, it says G. Farris.
Okay, and then time zone information. Why is this important for you?
It gives me which time zone the computer is set in, so that way when I'm doing any sort of analysis work with any of the files involving times, I know which time zone I'm looking at. And it's actually fairly common for a computer to be in the wrong time zone. So to make sure I'm getting the times correct, we look at this entry.
Do you often have to convert time zones when you are analyzing digital evidence?
Yes.
And in this case, for this computer, were certain sections that you were looking at in different time zones? Or did they all appear to be consistently in UTC or Eastern Time?
Yeah, everything was either in the UTC value or in Eastern Time.
What is UTC?
It is the Universal Coordinated Time, or as they used to teach it, Greenwich Mean Time, which is in England, where it's just there's no compensation to the time zone. While in Georgia, we are either 4 or 5 hours behind that timeline.
And then I'm going to move down to the computer name. This computer had a name. What was the name?
Yes, basement PC.
Okay. Pretty self-explanatory there. All right, I'm going to move on to your section 1. And I've titled these sections to keep them straight. Chrome downloads. What is Chrome?
Chrome is a internet browser that is made by Google.
Why did you decide to look at internet browsers for user intervention?
That's one of the both easier and more common areas to see information on usage, as a lot of the use of a computer nowadays is becoming internet browser based.
Okay, so we started with Chrome, and it appears that these are in UTC, so what does that mean for you?
So in this case, that is in that coordinated time and not compensated to Eastern. So we would have to subtract 4 hours, because in July, our time offset would be 4 hours. So that to get to the time that it would be here in Eastern Time.
So these were the last downloads that you pulled right here that you took a screenshot of?
Yeah, that was the 3 most recent Chrome downloads.
Okay, and they appear to be PDF files. Is that accurate right here?
Yes.
And the user downloaded them, and it appears saved it onto the desktop. Is that what that means?
Yes.
You located that same file that was downloaded in a desktop.
Correct.
Okay. And that was on July 3rd, 2018, and the Eastern time would be 1:51:09 p.m.
So the download was showing slightly before that, but the 1:51:03 is the download, and then the file time itself, located in the download folder, was 6 seconds later.
Right here.
Yes.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to Chrome history. This would be the user's browser history.
Yes.
Okay. For Chrome specifically.
Correct.
Okay. You noted this website, and you might call it something different, but I'm going to use website. Citrix. Can you describe that to the jury right here?
Citrix itself is a big company that offers a lot of applications, primarily to small, medium, sometimes larger businesses. It has anything from some remote computer applications to file sharing, to a varied other set of business tasks that can be logged into from a browser.
And you sort of focused on the access to citrix1.org. Can you describe that to the jury, why you focused on that?
Burr.com is one of the names that I was informed belonged to the law firm that Mr. Farris had worked for. I don't know that part of the arrangement, but and that just as far as establishing usage, getting onto a corporate resource and accessing work materials, I flagged it as the information I was presented was this individual was pretty much always working and always accessing work resources.
And are these are UTC, so we would subtract 4?
Yes.
Okay. So let's move up here to LinkedIn. Are you familiar with what LinkedIn is?
Yes.
What is it?
It's, in lightened terms, it's social media for business, and allows you to make a professional resume style profile and list accolades and friend and recommend business colleagues, as well as it does have some hiring features, some job hunting features, as well as some news articles that are posted by both professional outlets and individuals.
And it appears that the history for Chrome here, the last entry was 7/3/2018 at 2:32 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. And then we move on to Internet Explorer, which is just another browser, yes? Internet browser?
At the time, yes. Not so much anymore, but...
RIP Internet Explorer. Okay. So this is also in UTC time.
Yes.
Is that accurate? Okay. Now we got a couple of, excuse me, later entries here. So I want to talk about the Internet Explorer history that you pulled from this computer. Can you walk through, you made a note here. Can you walk the jury through this opinion that you concluded?
So that top entry listed at July 4th shows a visit to a website that is titled msftconnecttest.com. I did a little bit of reading into the function of that task and what that task is, and found that it is a system task done by Microsoft that is essentially just a check-in to make sure that Microsoft applications and programs are operating effectively. So, for Outlook to work correctly, Teams, if you use Teams, which is a chat and video calling and meeting application. It will reach out when either you're booting into Windows or an application is about to be used, just to reach out to Microsoft to do that initial, hey, I'm over here, everything's okay. To check that connection status to make sure that your interaction with Microsoft products is a seamless experience.
Was that the only log for the 4th?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk about the ones that are below it. This is in UTC, so is this 7/4 technically 1:14 a.m.? Explain what the actual time and date of these entries are.
So that would be on the actual night of 7/2.
Okay.
So you'd subtract 4 hours back, you would get to the 2nd of July.
Okay. So we'll jump down to these down here. So these are the 3rd. Well, I guess, except, are these in chronological order? What kind of order are these in?
Yes, they're should be organized by timestamp.
So we've got a couple of AMs here, and then we've got the 5:49 PM.
Yes. And that would be 1:49 p.m. on the afternoon of the 3rd of July in 2018.
Okay. And so all of these for AM would actually be on the 2nd if you convert the time accurately.
Correct.
Okay. So then for 5:49 p.m., 5:47 p.m., that's 1:49 and 1:47 p.m.
Yes.
Okay. So between the 3rd and the 4th, 1:49 p.m. appears to be the latest Internet Explorer visit from a user.
Yes.
All right. Move down to event logs. What are event logs?
So Windows keeps logs of pretty much everything that happens on your computer as you're using it. I can store, error logs, install logs. But one of the more important areas to me is the actual login, logout logs. It will actually have a entry into a file, which is actually just named the event logs. When a user or a task logs in or accesses system resources, among some other information.
So what event log is 4624? What does that tell you?
So the 4624 is actually the code that it attaches to login entries.
To log in entries?
Yes.
So when somebody actually sits down and types in their password and logs into the computer?
It will create one of those, yes.
Okay. So for this Dell, and is this in, it says UTC, so we have to subtract 4 again?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 3rd, the last login was when?
The last login itself is at 3:42.
So that's this one highlighted right here.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and then you had 2 types of logons. You broke that down on your next page here, and we're still on bots on 7. Can you describe that to the jury?
So each one of those entries, while it's a simplified view that was on the prior page, each one of those entries contains all of this other information inside of that file. So pulling this one as an example, there is multiple different types of logins that Windows will log. There's network login, there's user password, there's a system task that accesses the system and Those are all inside these 4624 log entries. They put a difference right in the second block of information. It's right there at the top of the page now. Under login information, the login type, it has a number next to it.
That's right here.
Correct.
Okay.
So in this case, the login type number 2 is the one that I can attribute directly to a user entering a username and passcode or a PIN to log into the system. The other one I was seeing that was in these as well was a entry number 5, which is a system task, was logging into the system.
So we'll get to that one in a second. So the last one that you could attribute to a person was on the 3rd. Is this Eastern time right now?
Yes, this
Okay.
one has been compensated, and this was the last type 2, which is a user-initiated login that I could locate on this system.
Okay. And then you mentioned a type 5, so let's move on to the type 5. Okay, so here you're just describing the types. So talk about, you've already kind of described it, but now that they know there are 2 types of logins, describe again the type 5 logon.
It's when a service starts, which is just a process that's running on your computer. And a service account, which is just an account that's exactly for these tasks to run. Service task logs in and utilizes resources or performs a task on that system.
So not a human.
Correct.
And you noted that there was a login type 5 at 342? Well, all the way until 342.
Correct. So there was some intermittent of these tasks that were running all the way until that 342 timestamp.
And is that on the 3rd?
Yes.
July 3rd of 2018.
Correct.
Okay. And then you noted application event log, an Outlook error. Can you describe why you put this in your report?
Just while I was going through all of this complex logs, I was looking just for signs of user interaction or trying to narrow down the last use of this system. And the same way Windows captures those login events, among other events, it also has a log specifically for applications. So anytime an application has something that is loggable, it'll have an entry in the system. In this case, what we're looking at is the Outlook application itself, which is a program for email, had entered an error code into this log saying that the attachments to the message was too large.
So then did you go back to Mr. Farris's emails and see if he had sent one with attachments? An email.
I went back actually to his phone and looked into the email list to see if there had anything inside that time frame that would be consistent with this error. And at fairly close to the same time, there was an email being sent from the phone with some larger attachments to it.
At 1:55 p.m.
Yes.
on July 3rd.
Correct.
Okay. These are the attachments that were too large.
Yes.
Okay. Anything I wanted to discuss? Okay, I don't know if we really discussed this. So on the 4th, you mentioned that this MSFT Connect is a system push.
Yes.
Okay. That could be triggered how?
One of the things that I discovered during reading about specifically that task itself was in that check to the Microsoft servers. It happens when you first go to use a computer, whether it was sleeping, whether it was off, whether you were just about to log into the system. And one of the common places that it had been seen is you're first turning on your computer, or you're first opening the lid, or you move the mouse, hit the key press to get to the password screen. That Windows task is going to try to reach out to Microsoft to make sure those applications will function. So with laptops, if the lid's closed, a lot of the times individuals will have their system set to go to sleep or in a low power mode. So the most likely scenario for this one is either the system was sleeping, the screen was off, or the lid was closed. And when the system powered on or came back awake or came out of low power mode, it went to connect to that Microsoft service to get ready for the user. So the most likely thing that occurred was either somebody had moved a mouse or that a lid had been opened.
And that was on the 4th, and we would have to subtract 4, so that'd be 11:09 a.m.
10:09.
I'm sorry, you're right. Okay. 10:09 a.m. on the 4th.
Yes.
Okay. And you can attribute that to the computer waking up, or essentially Microsoft getting ready for a user.
Yes.
So coming out of sleep mode, etc.
Correct.
Okay. Were there any tasks beyond that one?
No.
Okay. Now we're going to move on from the Dell and talk about the CPAP machine. At this time, Judge State would move to enter into evidence plot song 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10.
All right. No objections?
No.
All right, they're admitted.
Thank you. Okay. You had the opportunity to essentially pull the data from a CPAP machine in this case, or the SD card that was located within the CPAP machine.
Kind of this similar methodology to the trail camera itself. The CPAP machine had initially been imaged by the prior examiner, Kevin, and I started off with that copy of the SD card from the CPAP machine.
So it was data from the SD card that Kevin had imaged.
Correct.
And saved.
Yes.
Okay. And you went ahead and validated that and then figured out what to do with that data.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. How did you figure out what to do with that data? Because it didn't come in these nice little tables initially, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about that.
So CPAP machines, keep a log of all the sleep events and everything else, and they're typically proprietary to whatever software or cloud-based solution that your doctor's office would use. The primary intent is to share your sleep data with your medical providers. So usually they're kind of walled in their own garden of needing to be opened in the proprietary software or a cloud account. I initially looked into how to read that data through this specific provider. One I believe was named AirSense, and learned that it is either paid software or a cloud account provided by a medical provider. Further research through the forensic community and some of the communities that I'm involved with online as part of my continuing education and keeping up with the trends. There was an article that I located about an open source project that created a free to use software application that was open source that had been specifically made to make an environment and software where you'd be able to look at the data yourself. So in this case, I downloaded that specific application after researching everything that it had done and talked to another examiner who had prior experience with that software application itself, and then created a instance on one of my forensics machines, installed it, and then I was actually able to load the SD card information into the software.
Into readable tables and graphs
Yep.
and data.
And then it took it and made it into where, instead of just seeing the file dates and times, which were pretty much all that were available until I discovered this application, into actually being able to view the data in a actually quite nice presentable format.
All right, I'm going to open bot song 1. It says CPAP statistics standard. So is this the program that helped you load all this?
Yes.
Okay. Oscar usage statistics. And this is the data that was on the CPAP. Was it an SD card?
So I took the image of the SD card, and then I had to export it onto another drive, basically making a separate copy of the SD card. And then I put that into the system, running Oscar, and imported all that information from the original files that I had just exported.
Okay, so this breaks it down. Most recent 7/2/2018. Can you explain to the jury how the CPAP calculated days?
So this specific vendor, AirSense, both on its website and in the profile, when I selected in Oscar, or this application, that this was an AirSense machine, they both advised that it kept time slightly strange, and it kind of just gave it to you as an acknowledgement that so you'd have the understanding of what you're looking at, instead of the normal switching dates at midnight like all of us do. Seeing CPAP machines are primarily used at night, its date change is actually set for 12 noon. So between 12 noon all the way until noon the next day is one date. So the dates appear to be behind in this instance, and it'll clarify a little bit in one of my next reports, but this most recent 7/2, according to how this machine keeps dates, is from noon on the 2nd all the way until 11:59 a.m. on the 3rd.
Okay. And we'll get to see that in one of the next exhibits. So here it says days not used, 0. What does that tell you?
So, and this report is broken down into all the categories I had available. It has detections on how many days this device was not used. So in the last night, it's showing that it was, double negative, not used. So this device was used. On the last night, there was a log. In the last week, the last 30 days, and the last 6 months, it reported 0 days that it was not used. So it had been used every night in what it's reporting the last 6 month period. And then within the last year, it was showing a 60-day period of not showing use.
Why was that?
I believe the first reported entry was less than a year. This file goes all the way back to July, and if you look towards the top, the initial initialization date is in September.
So there's about 2 months there where either he didn't have it or he had another one or wasn't
Correct.
reading. Okay. All right. Let's move on to bot song 2. Overview report. And this is usage from, it appears, September 1st to July. Is that fair?
It's
Okay.
Should be September 1st to July 2nd.
July 2nd. Okay. And there's not a void in this graph to show that it was not used one day. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. And then does this graph here show the times that the user, presumably Gary, the times of his sessions of the CPAP being on?
Yes.
Okay. And we don't know about pressure. Okay, so bot song 3 breaks it down a little bit. This might be similar to 1. So this is a reporting for 305 days, and he used days. Does that say 305 days used?
Yes.
Okay. Out of how many days?
305.
Okay. Is this broken down by month? Bot song 4?
It is.
Okay. Is July 2018 the most recent?
Yes.
Okay. And this has percentage of days used, 100%? Is that what that says?
Yes.
Okay. It also has an average of how many hours that user sleeps?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Bot song. Let's go to overview last week. Usage from June 26th to July 2nd?
Yes.
Okay. And then, all right. So you mentioned that it kept time from noon to one day and then 11:59 a.m. to the following day.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. And so what is this table telling you right here?
This is the reported data from the last entry that was available, the one that was marked in all of the graphs as July 2nd. But in that date example and all the disclaimers they gave, if you actually look at the start time is logged as 2018 0703 at 0037 or just after midnight. And then the end time has the same July 3rd at 0748, so 7:48 in the morning. So even though the log file is showing July 2nd, we clearly see that the start and the end date are on both July 3rd.
I'm going to pull up last one, bot song 10. What are we looking at here?
And this is a screenshot inside the Oscar application, something that I was not easily able to get into a report, so I took a screenshot of the last session that was available, the one that was showing the log file as 7.2, showing both the date a little better clarified as 7/3/2018 with the start of 0037 or 12:37 a.m. and an end at 7:48 a.m. with the total time of 7:11. And then it shows some CPAP other statistics that I'm not as familiar with.
And that was the last session that the AirSense logged.
Correct.
That's all I have for you. Thank you.
Good morning, Investigator Basso.
Good morning.
It's nice to cross you. I'm going to start with the SD card stuff. So, do you know who deleted the SD cards?
I do not.
Okay. Well, so you didn't delete them, right?
Correct.
Okay, because Scott Farris testified earlier that last week that he was the one who deleted it. So it is your opinion that, I know it's from the top, I believe. So This one, it says 1, it's got the file name and all that, and that's the photograph. So this is photograph 1, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the last photograph that was deleted, correct?
Yes.
Because that says deleted is true, and that individual who was previously identified as Scott Farris is walking up to the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then you got another one that is not deleted, and that appears to be the same individual walking past the camera again.
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got just things on the 6th, and these are you weren't there, but those are Sheriff's Office investigators.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So. I want to go to your review of the Dell. So, I got my notes on your copy. So your testimony is that with the Chrome download, that this time, that is UTC time?
Correct.
Okay. And so that would put that time 4 hours later, so at 1:51?
Correct.
And it was at that point that Gary Farris, or presumably someone, was downloading a PDF.
It just a user of the system downloaded the PDF.
Okay. A user.
Yes.
Do you know, was this computer, was it password protected?
Yes.
How do you get in something like that?
So Windows is designed to prevent access from the device itself. And unless you have some of the more advanced security features enabled, like encryption, that security is not designed to prevent somebody from removing the hard drive and plugging it into another computer and being able to read it, which in our standard practice, that's what we do. We do not use the individual device that comes into us. We remove the hard drive and plug it into that right blocked device and access it that way.
Okay. I want to go here. Make sure that yours. That's not too good. Zoom out a little bit. So, I want to clear something up. This event ID 4624, that is an ID associated with a regular normal login?
It's just the login in general. There's not a regular normal.
Well, because you had talked about login 2s, login 5s, and things like that. So, is that a login 2? Or you don't know the difference? You can't tell the difference based on that ID?
The ID itself, no, but that is available further down.
Okay. Well, that's what I was going to ask, because here we've got an event on, it looks like July the 3rd, 7:42 p.m., which is UTC.
Correct.
So that would put that at what, 2:42? 3:42. So at 3:42 p.m., there's some type of event going on the computer, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that one I specifically noted below is one of the ones I attributed to the system tasks.
Yeah. So we got an event going on. Because I think you put in your summary report that basically Gary logged on at 1:20. And then there is a login 5 at 3:42. Right?
Correct.
Okay. And with because Ms. Frankish had gone through with you, these are all UTC times too, all of these websites that he was visiting.
Yes.
Visiting. So he was at least on reading this Congress trumps regulators regarding loans. That would have been at 2:32 he was reading that article, or the user was presumably reading that article.
The user had navigated to it. Whether they read or not is not something I'm able to see.
True. They're at least on that website.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm assuming your testimony was that event at 3:42 is some type of Microsoft automatic.
The 340,
something that it does?
The 342 one was one of the ones with the Type 5 login, which is those system tasks.
And you can't have a Type 5 login while you're logged in under Type 2?
No, those do happen.
That does happen?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't distinguish that type of event between a Type 2 and a Type 5.
I mean, I can I can distinguish between a type 2 and a type 5. Some of the screenshots are showing exactly that, where
Yes.
that information is available. Looking at the list like this, you cannot.
Okay. Well, this is your report, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And yet again, that's all 7-3. And I guess there is another one under the Internet Explorer. Right here on the 4th at 2:09 p.m. It was your opinion that was only some type of Microsoft security update or some type of Microsoft update?
Not an update, but reaching out to Microsoft servers to ensure that a Microsoft application was able to function properly.
Okay. And so is that's in UTC time as well?
It is.
Okay. What time would that have been not UTC time?
That would have been at 10:09:38 a.m. on the 4th.
Okay. All right. Now, I'm not going to go over all the CPAP information with you, but essentially, the gist of your testimony and your analysis of the CPAP machine was that Gary used his CPAP at least every day, according to what you can tell from that one SD card.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Gary had gone to the hospital several times during the year, or at least one time during the year 2018?
No.
When you're calculating that or trying to figure this out, did the DA's office tell you to take the CPAP? I know not take it. You weren't there when it was taken. But did they reach out to you and say, hey, look at that CPAP SD card. Let's see what's going on?
The initial output from the initial investigation of the SD card just showed a bunch of files and not a bunch of information. I was asked to see if I could navigate it into a readable format.
Okay. So essentially from the CPAP, you learned that Gary used it every day, and the last time he used it was on the 3rd.
Correct.
On the 3rd when he took it off.
Correct.
All right. And going to the Dell, you were able to learn that somebody used that computer last time being later in the day, July 3rd.
Yeah, not later in the day, but that afternoon login at 1:20.
Yeah, so somebody logged in and used it.
Correct.
And then there's not a Type 5 login until 3:42.
Correct. And then no logins past that.
No logins past that, but you can actually have a Type 5 login and a Type 2 login at the same time.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions?
How big is the SD card in the trail camera?
I'd have to look. I don't remember off the top of my head.
How many images does it hold?
It had the images presented, and then there was another 20 or 30 images from a couple months prior that were in the deleted as well.
That aren't in your report?
That initial report was for Mr. Castellano or Kevin, who had produced the report based on anything with a July timestamp, I believe.
So we don't know what's on the camera from before the date of this report.
I've seen it and I turned over the files.
So we need to take something outside the presence of
We'll get there. Hold on. So there are images on the camera that were taken that were not displayed to the jury, correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll get to Wither's explanation. All right. Were there images that were not available to be extracted because they had been overwritten?
It's hard to answer it that way, but there were.
You don't know how long it had been up, right?
Correct.
So if it had been up for a year and every month someone goes and deletes the images, eventually it's going to start overwriting it.
Correct.
Does it do that sequentially or does it do that randomly?
The file naming should be sequential while the deletion is user-based and up to the user.
Does the computer inside the trail camera decide when it wants to start rewriting over files based upon when it wants to, or does it go through systematically and deletes the oldest files still on the SD card that's marked for deletion, or will it skip?
So as far as the SD, or as far as the unit itself deleting files, that is a setting that's inside the camera itself, which I do not know as far as the setting of that camera. As far as which entries are overwritten, that's, again, how the camera is programmed.
It's up to the camera to decide when it starts to rewriting over images.
And which sections of the SD card it writes to.
Does it save thumbnails in the metadata?
I believe everything I saw out of it was full images.
All right. The CPAP machine. You didn't attempt to utilize get someone to give you access to the CPAP program approved by the manufacturer?
I had started down that route, and that's when I discovered this open source project, that the open source license project that has the ability to read the make and model for the CPAP machine that we had.
That is not approved by the manufacturer.
Correct.
That is a report format that somebody out there who's interested in this kind of thing created it on its own to extract the software and data and put in some format in some table that they think is appropriate for the data based upon crowdsourcing and other folks that are interested in the same type thing.
That's pretty accurate for all open source projects.
Right. Not approved by the manufacturer who created it or their software that they have designed to go with the system.
Correct.
So it might be correct and it might not be. It could be the same as if I wrote it.
The documentation I read said it had full support for the CPAP device, and
From
the
other people who wrote the code to
Yes.
extract the data and put it in the tables.
correct.
All right. Anybody else got any questions based upon my questions?
I'm sorry? I have no follow-up, Judge.
What are these photos that you didn't turn back?
I mean, I had provided everything that I had out. There was photos from a couple months prior of more raccoons and more deer and what looked like some gardening.
No. Go ahead, Mr. Ray.
What do you mean a couple of months before?
There were some images from, I believe it was March and April, that were just other animals and other things crossing in front of the cameras.
Okay, so what about June? A whole month before? So you said March and April. May, June?
Not that I remember.
So there's a whole month that there's not even a squirrel on this farm in front of that deer figure?
Correct. And it,
Who told you what to turn over?
I turned over everything that I had.
But you didn't, because you're testifying that there were other things that you didn't turn over. Right? You just said it.
I mean, I provided the raw data from the devices itself and produced every report that I was asked to.
Who asked you to produce this report?
DA's office as
Okay.
part of discovery.
Did they tell you to limit the photographs that you turn over?
So this report itself was a report that was created by Mr. Castellano upon his initial work. I believe I said earlier that he had pulled the information from July
Okay.
and put it into this report.
Okay. So is it your testimony now that you took those other images that you found that you claim have no evidentiary value? Did you turn those over to the DA's office?
Yes.
Okay. So they have those images. images?
I turned over the raw data from the SD card to the district attorney's office.
Okay. Did that raw data that you sent over, did it look like this or something similar like this?
No, this is a report that was completed and had information from the month of July as pulled from the camera.
Okay. Is there anything else that you have turned over that you haven't heard us talk about today or ask you about? Photographs or any other thing that may be relevant?
I mean, I've turned over all the digital files that I had to the district attorney's office.
Okay. So your testimony is you turned over those other photographs,
So
correct?
I did not, just the same way as I don't hand over each individual file to a computer.
Mm-hmm.
I turned over the files from the SD card.
So you're saying you turned over everything that was on that SD card?
A copy of the SD card was sent up.
Okay. And so if the copy of the SD card that I get only has 11 photographs, that's not correct. Or I'm sorry,
I mean, I don't,
16 photographs.
I don't know what you were provided. If you were only provided something with 16 images, then
What you turned over was more than that.
it was a SD card, an image of the SD card. So it was a complete copy of the SD card.
Okay. How many photographs were on the SD card?
I don't know.
Not deleted, deleted otherwise. Just as best of your recollection.
I mean, complete guess, 30.
30. So if I told you I only had 16, that's half, right? Roughly.
Roughly.
Okay. Now, with what the court had asked you about the program you used to analyze the CPAP statistics, what did you call it again?
The name of the program is called Oscar.
Okay. And that's just a program that you found online?
Correct.
Okay. Open source, which means free.
Yes.
And did that program, because my understanding of your testimony was that you looked at the raw data and put it into, at the request of the DA's office, into some type of readable format, right?
Utilizing a program named Oscar.
Okay. So it's actually the program that put it in this readable format, not you.
I mean, I navigated and generated the reports through the software application.
But it's actually the software that's organizing it
Correct.
when you put it in.
Yes.
All right. So basically, you're just reading what this report says when
Correct.
it comes out of the other end. But, it's like a hot dog machine. It's like you put in some information, it tabulates it, and then you read the report it generates.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't actually do a review of the CPAP machine to make your determinations. You're reading what a computer program did, correct?
That plus the dates from the raw data on the initial CPAP reports that were produced.
While you were inputting that data, did you ever do any tests to make sure that it was operating and functioning correctly?
Looking at the dates and times from the initial CSV file that we had, or the Excel spreadsheet, the Excel spreadsheet and the initial output just defined a date and time that a log was generated, not the contents of the log, which is where this software application came in and read the contents of those log files.
Okay. Well, here's my question. Did you ever do like a test, like, hey, I need to see if this program is actually working. So let's put in July the 1st and see what it tells me and see what this program spits out on the other end.
Not specifically like that, no.
Okay. Because what I'm trying to figure out if there's any way that you could have limited the possibility of error. Let me ask you another way. Did you just essentially put in all of the raw data that you could from the CPAP SD card into this program?
Yeah, the only way it allows you to display files, I can't pick and choose what information is inputted into the software application. It is uploaded directly from the SD card.
Okay, so you have to kind of do it all at one time.
Correct.
All right. So if there was an error in that Oscar program, you wouldn't know, right? Without having to go through and correlate it with all of the raw data that you had.
Correct.
And yet again, like Judge Cannon had asked you, that program, to the best of your knowledge, isn't licensed by the CPAT manufacturer.
It is not.
Nothing else.
I have no questions, Judge.
I'll ask one more. You can't guarantee that there aren't images that aren't missing from the SD card of the trail camera that weren't deleted and overwritten while, we'll start over. There are multiple photographs of the trail camera continuing to take pictures after the event. No one turned it off.
It obviously was turned off at a certain point.
At some point after it took about 8 images on the scene and in your office.
I was about to say, seeing the last picture was an individual in my office. I imagine that's when they would
So
turn it
no
off.
one turned it off or just took the SD card out.
I do not know the answer to that one. But yes, it would have either been turned off or somebody took the SD card.
But not for some period of time.
Correct.
You can't guarantee that there aren't images that were deleted that weren't overwritten by the other photographs that continued to be taken by the camera.
Correct.
I have no follow-ups, Judge.
All right, you can step down.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Sharon Cooper.
I'm going to scoot this microphone. I'm gonna have
Can you
to
hear it?
scoot in a little bit. And then, there we go.
Okay.
Okay?
Sharon Cooper.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
How is it that you know the defendant in this case, Melody Farris?
We were friends. We lived in the same neighborhood, and we used to walk a lot together and spend time together, get nails done together, go shopping together, that type of thing.
What year did you meet Miss Farris?
2016.
And you said you used to walk together a lot. How frequently would you walk?
Oh, for a period of time there, it was, I would say, daily.
On these walks, would you share personal information about your lives?
Yes.
Have you ever met Gary Farris?
Yes.
About how well did you know Gary Farris?
Not very well, actually.
Did you know Scott Farris?
Yes.
And how well did you know Scott Farris?
Acquaintances, not very well.
What did you know about Melody and Gary's relationship?
That it was strained and not close.
Did you and Melody discuss the Farris's finances ever?
Yeah.
In what context?
Just she shared with me that she didn't have access to any of the money, that her name had been taken off of everything, and so she didn't have access.
Okay. And if you could, I know it's hard to speak up a little bit.
Okay.
Did she have any debit cards? Credit cards?
Not that I'm aware of.
Or did she have a debit card?
Yes.
How did you know that?
She told me.
And would you go shopping together?
Yes.
When you would go shopping together, would Gary know where Melody was shopping?
Yes.
How would he know that?
Because if she ran the debit card, he got a notification immediately.
Did she ever explain to you how she felt in her marriage?
Yeah, she wasn't happy in her marriage.
Did she ever express to you why she wouldn't leave Gary?
Yeah.
What was that?
It had to do with wanting to stay because if she left, she wouldn't have access to any funds.
Did you learn about a man named Rusty Barton when you were walking with Melody?
Yes.
Who was Rusty Barton?
Rusty Barton was her boyfriend.
Whose boyfriend?
Melody's boyfriend.
And did you learn at any point that Melody had, how would she contact Rusty Barton?
By phone.
How many phones did you know Melody to have?
She had 2 phones.
Do you know how Rusty was saved in her phone?
Yes, he was in her phone as XO.
And would you see him call or see her text? Is that how you knew
Yes. Yes.
Do you know when Rusty entered her life?
I don't know.
Was it prior to you and her becoming friends?
Yes.
He was already in her
It
life.
was an established relationship prior to that. Yes.
At any point, did Melody send you her debit card?
Yes.
For what? Well, let me ask you this: where were you when that happened?
I was in Minnesota. I was in Bagley, Minnesota.
And why did she send you her debit card?
She asked me to use it somewhere locally there because she had told Gary that she was with me.
Where was she, in fact?
She was in the Bahamas
With who?
with Rusty.
Mr. Cooper, I'm going to show you. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor? I'm showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit Cooper 1. Do you recognize that address?
Yes.
State moves to admit State's Exhibit Cooper 1.
That's good.
What did she want you to do with the card?
She wanted me to use it up there in Minnesota.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did actually.
Where did you use it?
I used it at a little cafe in Leonard.
Is this the cafe that you used?
It is, yes.
And was that the date on which you used it?
It is, yes.
Did you and Melody remain friends?
After which point?
Up until today. When did the friendship change?
I would say the friendship had changed when I had started going up to Minnesota and spending a lot of time away. I had moved. I wasn't her neighbor anymore. So we had less frequent contact with each other. And that happened, I'm sure early 2018, somewhere in there.
How many phone numbers did you have for Melody?
I had 2.
Okay. Did you show that to the police?
I did.
You spoke with the police?
Yes, I
After
did.
what happened to Gary? Okay. Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, it was just a few days after his death.
And did you tell them all of the information that you and I are discussing today?
Yes, I did.
Would Gary restrict what Melody purchased?
No, he did not. Not that I'm aware of.
Just had knowledge about what she purchased.
Correct.
That's all I have, Ms. Cooper. Thank
Okay.
you.
Good morning, Ms. Cooper. My name's Michael. I represent Farris. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You flew down involuntarily from Minnesota?
Yeah.
Now, when you lived, you didn't actually live on Purcell. You lived off one of those little side roads that come off Purcell.
Correct, Hickory Hill.
And you and Melody all used to walk up Purcell, up to Birmingham Highway, and around the neighborhood around Terry Braswell's house.
Yes.
Yeah. And Terry was a friend of yours too?
Yes.
Okay. And y'all met him walking?
No, I knew Terry for years.
You knew him for, is that because of his business?
Yep. And he had a daughter that used to ride horses where my daughter rode horses, so I met him years ago.
Okay. And then you and Melody were out walking, and he was mowing his grass, and you were like, hey, there's Terry.
Yep.
Okay. And that's how Melody and Terry Braswell met?
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to the phones. Ms. Frank has asked you if you had 2 phone numbers for Melody. That is correct, right?
That is correct.
In fact, when y'all used to go walk, you saw her that she had 2 cell phones?
Correct.
Okay. Did Terry Braswell, did she ever have her 2 cell phones when y'all were talking with Terry Braswell on your walks?
Not that I can recall, possibly.
Possibly, though. Regarding the financial aspect of it, I believe you justified that Gary didn't limit what Melody could buy, correct?
That's correct.
I think you actually said in your interview that it didn't have anything to do with about Melody spending money, right?
Correct.
It was just, he just wanted to know what she was spending money on.
He wanted to know where she was.
Yeah, where she was or what she's buying. Now, you were aware that, because you had been to the Farris's home, right?
I had, yes.
Okay. You were aware that Melody and Gary basically lived separate lives,
Yep,
and that she lived upstairs and he lived downstairs.
correct.
All right. Now, you had also met Gary at least on one occasion,
Yes, I had on a couple of occasions.
on multiple occasions. What was Gary's demeanor like when you met him?
Quiet. It's hard to explain. Different.
Okay. Was he friendly?
No, I didn't find him friendly.
Just, because, I mean, you have trouble in your interview too, trying to describe your interaction with him. He just basically ignored you, didn't he?
Yes,
Because paid you no mind whatsoever.
correct.
And I think you actually said that he wouldn't even make eye contact with you.
Correct.
Was that every time you met with him? Or that you saw him?
Yeah, it was every time.
Okay. Did you ever meet Scott Farris?
Yes.
How many times do you think you met Scott?
A handful, I suppose.
Okay. I believe because your first interaction with Scott is because when you lived on Purcell Lane, let me ask you this first. Is there a lot of farms, or at least a lot of farm animals at Purcell Lane?
There's a lot of horse farms.
Okay. Because I think you had goats.
I had sheep and horses.
Okay.
And
Were they like cute little baby sheep? Or like pettable kind of sheep?
yes.
Because you had lost some sheep, and I think you had contacted Scott Farris because he had some dogs.
Yes.
Okay. What was Scott like when you met him?
Similar to his dad in personality.
Okay.
Not super friendly. More matter of fact and different.
Okay. And you were invited to Emily's wedding, right?
Yes.
Up
I
in
was.
Tennessee.
Mhm.
And that was the point where you actually met Rusty, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph that's already been admitted into evidence. You may not recognize it, and if you don't know what it shows, then you just say, I don't know what it shows. Okay? So let me do it. Let me just, for the record, show him Payne 10. Can you identify who that is?
That's Rusty Barton.
Okay. Do you know who this is?
Can you move the? I do not know who that is.
I'm just going to flip through and you tell me if you see yourself. Okay? All right, so 10, 9. Oh, well, I went too fast. Hold on. 10, 9.
I'm looking for myself.
Yeah.
I don't see myself.
Okay, a little louder.
I don't see myself.
Okay, yeah, and this is that you?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
me.
Okay, so that's you. Is that the first time you had met Emily or any of them?
Yes, it is the first time.
Had you ever met Amanda before?
I had met Amanda.
Okay. How about Chris?
I had not met Chris prior to that.
All right, so you, at least at the wedding time, you had met 3 out of 4 children.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when did you move away from Purcell Lane?
I moved away in the fall of 2016.
Okay, so 2 years before what we're
Correct.
talking about. All right?
Almost. Yep.
And because I know you had gotten divorced, right? And that you got divorced when you lived off Purcell Lane.
Hickory Hill, but yes,
Okay. And did you still live in the general area?
I did.
Okay. That was always a confusing part about your interview, was trying to figure out where you lived. All right, so you still lived in the area, and you and Melody could still walk, right?
We walked less because you'd have to drive to get to me.
Okay.
So we walked less. We occasionally walked
Okay.
after that.
When did you, I know you traveled back and forth a good bit to Minnesota during that period of time. When did you leave Georgia and go to Minnesota?
I was half-time for quite a while there, and maybe 3 years ago, I did it permanently.
Did it permanently? Okay, so you're kind of back and forth between 16 and 2024?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yep.
up till, 2021, really.
correct. Until I was still coming back during COVID, so probably 2021.
Okay. And I believe that's because you have a child down here?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ms. Rankin, she had asked you about Melody getting divorced. You had talked to her about getting a divorce, right?
Yes.
And I believe you had told Ms. Franken, and maybe I misheard you, or I just didn't understand your answer. You said Did Melody tell you that she didn't want to get divorced because she didn't want to lose access to funds?
She didn't say that exactly, no.
Okay. Is that kind of your interpretation of maybe what she was meaning?
I would say quite possibly, yes.
Okay. Because when you got divorced in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're aware that Georgia has equitable distribution of assets.
I'm actually not, because we made our own agreement and it was
Okay.
very amicable. So no, I'm not familiar with the Georgia laws with regard to.
So you did an uncontested divorce and y'all settled your own assets.
Correct.
Okay. And you divided up your assets.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the whole debit card thing, you said Melody was in the Bahamas. Would it refresh your memory or that's the wrong way. She was actually in Jamaica. Now, does it really matter? Bahamas, Jamaica, whatever.
Yeah.
Were you aware that at least one of her adult children knew that she was in Jamaica?
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. But you knew she was in Jamaica.
Only by a text, and I thought it was the Bahamas, but
Okay. I mean, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's still Caribbean.
sure.
Right. So she had texted you and said, hey, I'm in Jamaica. Use my debit card.
The text came from Rusty's phone.
Okay. And it said, how did she get you her debit card? If she's in
mailed it.
Jamaica.
She mailed it.
She mailed it from Jamaica. Do you know how long she was in Jamaica?
I don't.
Okay. It was 9 days. Sound about right?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Hello, my name is Elaine Pope. Do I need to elaborate?
I will continue to ask
Okay.
questions. How
Thank
are
you.
you employed?
Right now, I do private contracts. So I do forensic casework, and then I also lecture. I lecture to fire investigators, law enforcement, crime scene investigators. So that's kind of what I do now.
What do you lecture them on?
Fatal fire investigation.
What is your education background, and then kind of move forward from there through your professional background?
Sure. So I got my bachelor's degree at the University of Tennessee in anthropology as well as in art. And then I got my master's degree at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And then I went on to get my PhD at the University of Arkansas in Fayetteville. And my dissertation was titled The Effects of Fire on Human Remains, Characteristics of Taphonomy and Trauma.
So is it fair to say you had a specialty within forensic anthropology?
Yes.
What would that be? What focus would that be on?
Mostly burn bone, but also how the human body burns during different types of fire events.
And have you performed experiments on cadavers with fire?
Yes, so my research that I've been doing since 2000, I guess 4, for several years. Basically, I test on human cadavers. So we put them in structures, in vehicles, in outdoor scene conditions, and this is for law enforcement training. So we're able to show them how the body burns in those different environments, as well as outdoors, confined space and others. And so we document time, temperature, photography, sometimes video, so we can see all the stages from start all the way to finish when the fire is put out, which could be minutes, it could be, an hour, 2 hours. It just kind of depends. So we kind of test all the different ranges and figure out how the human body burns in those different types of fire environments.
What would be the number of bodies that you've burned throughout the years?
I'm up to about 270. It's part of a training course that we do each summer out in California, and we do, it's a law enforcement training course for about 65 investigators from all over the country. We get people international as well, and we average about 15 to 17 bodies a year that we do fire investigation training on.
When you do these experiments, are you paying attention to not only the body itself, but the environmental factors?
Absolutely. The two have a relationship in terms of, say, for example, like a vehicle. It's going to hold heat inside that tiny container as opposed to an outdoor fire. It's going to be more, you're going to have, more airflow. So it's going to be a little bit different per each type of scenario, or each type of fire environment leaves different types of fire damage on the human body.
Do you, during these experiments, do some with and some without accelerants?
Yes, so we test both with and without accelerants. This includes directly on the clothing of the body, as well as, say, for example, in a bedroom. So we also use ignitable liquids there. But we've done several studies on the body, specifically just with ignitable liquids, and then adding, other variables like wood, clothing, no clothing, and those will all kind of change the outcome and how the tissues of the body burn.
Have you testified as an expert in trials before?
Yes, I have.
About how many times?
Let's see. Okay. So I'm up to 17 different trials, both for the prosecution and the defense.
And were you asked by the DA's office back in 2019 to consult on this case with Gary Wayne Farris?
Yes, I was asked to evaluate the case, yes.
And you accepted that role?
Yes.
And so before we get started, I just want to ask you, are you being compensated for this? The work
Yes.
and the testimony?
Yes.
Okay. By the DA's office?
Oh, yes.
At this time, the state would move to admit Dr. Pope as an expert in forensic anthropology.
As to that, limited qualification, I have no objection.
She's admitted.
Thank you. Okay, when you were asked to do an analysis in this case, were you provided resources to refer to for your analysis?
Yes, absolutely.
What were you provided?
I was provided with images from Purcell Lane. These are the files or the documents that I received. So images from Purcell Lane and Crime Lab, GBI DOFS, the coroner report, the fire EMS report, the GBI DOFS anthropology report, the GBI DOFS arson analysis, and the GBI DOFS autopsy report.
And did you, after reviewing all of those documentations, come up with your analysis and opinion as to certain factors of the fire that caused Gary Wayne Farris to become remains at that point?
Yes, yes. I looked at the photographs as well as all the law enforcement documents, autopsy report, other reports for that.
Before we get into the details of this case, can you explain to the jury generally, if you could, how a body will burn, the process of that once it is, I guess, for lack of a better term, set on fire?
Yes. So the body is layered in tissues. It's got skin. It's got, underneath that is going to be subcutaneous fat. Underneath that is going to be muscle. And then you have organs. And then my specialty is the bones inside. And so each different tissue burns differently. The skin is really thin. So when it's exposed to heat, it'll start to shrink and pull apart into little skin splits. And this exposes the next layer of tissue, which is going to be subcutaneous fat. Now, subcutaneous fat burns as a fuel source. It is a lipid material, and it turns into basically grease. And it'll fuel the fire, especially if it's absorbed into wood, clothing, anything that will retain that. And so that is a major contributing factor in this case, as well as my experiments in terms of after setting the fire, the body can actually burn on its own rendered fat, liquefied fat, for several hours, just as the main fuel source, even after ignitable liquids have been expended.
I want to walk through your report here. Did you have a recorded temperature at the time of the discovery of the body?
It was mentioned at about 100 and 230 degrees Fahrenheit.
Was that helpful for you to start your analysis of possibly the time that this had that Mr. Farris had been on the burn pile.
Yes, so that the fact that there was still heat and temperature there just lets me know that it was a more recent event, in that the fire was able to go out on its own, but it was still warm. If it had been cold, that could extend the time period. But in this case, the coals were recorded at a low temperature. So that kind of lets me know that it's a more recent event, under 24 hours, as opposed to later on.
And had those temperatures been lower or like cold or ambient, that would have done what with the time frame?
It would just expand it potentially. It basically the warm coals just kind of put it at a lower or a shorter time frame.
And does the fuel sources surrounding the body or under the body or over the body also depend on how long that may have been burning?
Yes, absolutely. So the more fuels in the fire, the longer it's going to burn. If there was just a few little, pieces of wood, it wouldn't burn quite as long. But in this case, there were pieces of wood at the crime scene. And so that kind of gives me an idea of the potential fuels that were there, not the exact amount. But with the wood being there, that's going to absorb the fat, and that's going to keep the fire going and fuel the fire for a long period of time, over several hours.
And in this case, when you mention fuel, wood is a fuel.
Yes,
You categorize wood as fuel. Or
yes, wood is
twigs,
fuel.
leaves, brush, whatever's under the fire or
yes.
over the fire. Okay. I'm just trying to clarify, when you say fuel, you don't mean any sort of ignitable liquids or anything like that?
No, I
Okay.
misspoke there. Fuel is anything that burns.
Okay,
It could
perfect.
be wood, clothing, ignitable liquids, just any type of fuel that would burn.
Okay. And then I want to move on down to, you knew the date of the discovery of the body, correct?
Yes.
And those are the photos that you have are from that date.
Correct.
Okay. Tell the jury about, you made the determination that this was a single burn event. What does that mean?
Well, this is, so we do, in the experiments, we'll do basically set a fire and let it burn the entire course without adding wood. So with that, basically the bones are more intact. You can tell where the head is, where the foot is, as opposed to if they were refueling, stoking, stirring, crushing, we would find little tiny pieces, and it would be, basically very different.
So, in other words, the body would not be in anatomical order.
Yes, it would be kind of stirred up, but in this case, there was intact long bones, the skull, and so that doesn't indicate to me that there was additional activity after the initial fire.
You also determined the position of the body. Can you tell the jury about how you determined that?
Yes, so this is looking at the photographs. I was not actually at the crime scene. But based on the photographs, we see his leg. There's a long leg bone, the upper thigh bone called the femur. On the back of it, there's a ridge where all your big muscles attach. And so in the photograph, we see that ridge on top, which basically means that he was face down. As well as the face was really well protected, as opposed to the back of the skull was more extensively burned. So that tells me kind of the relative position that the body was in, with those two, the femur as well as the condition of the skull.
When you say that the face was preserved and it was face down, does that have to do with access to oxygen and airflow? How do you know that the preservation of the face means that he was face down?
It could be to where he kind of settled into fire debris where it was protecting the face. It's not suggestive that anything's wrapped around the face or anything like that. It just basically lets me know that that was the surface that was down. And again, fire debris can protect around the face as the wood burns down.
And as an individual who's burning, their subcutaneous fat, you mentioned, kind of acts as a fuel source.
Correct.
So if there was wood surrounding the body and the fat was wicking into the wood, how would that affect the fire?
That's going to sustain the burning process. Say, for example, if the body was burned on a cement pad or a parking lot, it would burn very differently than, in this case, we have wood, we have vegetation, potentially other materials, and so that absorbs the rendered fat, which is basically the liquefied fat, and it's called the wick effect. So it's kind of like an oil lamp, where the fire will continue to burn as long as it's fueled by the oil.
So considering the photos that you received in this case, it wasn't surprising to you to hear that there was no evidence of ignitable liquids on this fire.
Yes, ignitable liquids will get the fire going, but you don't have to have ignitable liquids to start a fire necessarily. If you build a campfire, you may be using kindling. Just different things can get the fire going. It doesn't necessarily have to be ignitable liquids.
Good morning, Dr. Pope. It is afternoon now. How are you?
I'm doing great, thank you, sir.
My name's Michael Ray. I represent Ms. Farris. A couple of things I just want to go over with you, okay?
One, the jury doesn't have your report, but you had kind of talked about it with your appendix 1 and 2. I gave examples.
Yes.
Now, in both of those examples that you gave regarding time and things such as that, there was some type of diesel fuel or a mixture of gasoline and diesel used in those instances?
Yes, in the appendices that I provided, yes, ignitable liquids are used. One was primarily ignitable liquids in clothing as the primary fuel source. Then there was a second example of a body burned just on pieces of logs and wood and whatnot. But yes, ignitable liquids, I used it in both of those.
And from what you reviewed in this case, there's no evidence of any ignitable liquids being used?
Not based on the burn patterns.
Okay.
No.
Start with your compensation from the DA's office. What were you initially paid to render your report?
It was $200 an hour. I don't have the actual invoice with me.
Approximately how many hours did you work?
It could have been between 10 and 20. That's usually what reviewing photographs, reports, and then writing my report takes.
I mean, I believe you stated that you reviewed coroner's report, GBI autopsy.
Yes.
So that's a lot of reports.
Yes.
You reviewed. All right. So $200 an hour.
Yes.
Okay. And what's your cost of testifying here today?
Well, on the stand, it's $200 an hour as well.
$200 an hour. I'm assuming you're like most experts. You do that from travel and everything.
No, just appearing, sitting here.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, you have negotiated yourself a better deal than the other forensic anthropologists. You got $380.
All right.
So that out of the way, you're not a forensic pathologist.
No.
Okay. You're not certified in certifying cause or manner of death.
No.
Okay. And what state do you typically operate out of?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Okay. So you're a Tennessee fan.
Yes.
Okay. We'll forgive you. And you went to school in Arkansas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Master's and PhD.
Okay. All right. Now, from your examination of what you've done, and I'm going to go ahead and get something ready to pull up and show you. From your examination, you can't tell us anything about Gary Farris's cause of death.
No, that's not what I was asked to do, nor am I qualified. I'm not a medical examiner.
Correct. Just making sure. There it is. And I'll show you that in just a few minutes. So you weren't asked, nor can you tell us anything about how Gary died?
No.
Okay. Now, the effects on the remains, they would be the same regardless of who set the fire, right?
Fire started.
Yeah. How it was set would matter regarding the effects on the remains.
Just to get it going, ignitable liquids gets it going quicker, but once it goes, ignitable liquids have no effect after the first few minutes.
But yet again, we have no evidence of ignitable liquids.
Okay.
Now, all of those reports that you were talking about you reviewed, did any of them contain any witness statements?
One was talking about the readings of the CPAP machine. I mean, most of them I was just looking at the evidence.
So essentially the
Photographs and reports.
and the reports from the state examiner.
Autopsy, yes.
Things such as that. Okay. So none of the actual witnesses or anything like that. You didn't listen to any of their interviews.
Their interviews,
Yeah.
or
Well, let me ask you two ways. Did you listen to anybody's interview? Let's say Melody Farris's interview.
no?
Okay. Just making sure. But sometimes it references in those reports you were reading, here's what so-and-so said.
Yes, correct. I really don't pay much attention to the witness statements.
Because that's not what you're there to do.
Well, I'm there to look at the evidence, so I take witness statements with a grain of salt.
And you received all of those reports, I'm assuming, from the DA's office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you had started talking about with Ms. Frankish regarding the human body burning about subcutaneous fat, correct?
Yes.
Alrighty. Subcutaneous fat can essentially become its own fuel source.
Correct.
Alrighty. So you can presume that a body of someone who has a lot of subcutaneous fat will, in fact, burn hotter.
No.
Not necessarily hotter. Will they burn up quicker?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it's more fuel, but it's not going to speed up the process.
Well, if it's more fuel, do I have more heat?
That's more of a fire investigator question, because I'm not qualified to tell, exact heat ranges.
Okay. Well, you put in your report a heat range, and I think it goes up to somewhere around 1,500 degrees.
Yes, and that was just based on average temperatures of larger fires.
Okay, so nothing to actually do with this case. Just
No.
similar fires.
Well, the similar fires, similar reconstruction or experiments that I've done have been kind of in that temperature range.
Okay. Because you already testified here, and we've heard it previously, that the fire when law enforcement arrived at the hottest portion that they recorded was 230 degrees. Correct? You said that.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I was just curious about this over lunch. Is there like a scientific determination of a temperature range for it still to be? Because we kind of use the term loosely. There is a fire, right? All right. Is there a scientific determination of how hot it has to be a fire, or is it just actually there's physical, visible flames?
The output of heat.
The output of heat is a fire. So it's fair to say that at 230 degrees we still got a fire because it's still outputting heat.
I mean, it could be a smoldering fire. I base it on the fact that there's flames or not flames.
Okay, kind of like anybody else would, probably.
Yes.
So if it's 230 degrees in the photographs you saw, would you consider that to be more of a smoldering fire?
Possibly, only because it was reported that it was still warm.
Still warm. And you state in your report that you don't have an exact timeline, but you state somewhere less than 24 hours.
Yes.
Okay. So if law enforcement is recording the fire around, let's say 1 p.m., right? Less than 24 hours would be the next day at 1 p.m., or that would be exactly 24 hours.
Okay.
Is that right? In 24 hours? Like 24 hours from now, 24 hours from now will be 1:09 tomorrow.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah. So if I go back in time, trying to calculate something else, 1:09 yesterday would be 24 hours.
Yes.
Right? All right. So if a fire was started or was recorded on July the 5th around 1 p.m., that would mean less than 24 hours would be July the 4th at 1 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also state that you didn't find from the photographs any evidence of stirring or stroking or anything like that.
Not based on how the remains were found.
Okay. Now, that's what I want to show you. Did you review Dr. Gooding's documentation? She did the anthropological report.
Yes.
Okay. She also attached with that a chart. And it's been admitted into evidence Gooding 1. Can you see that on your screen?
Yes.
Did you review that chart?
No.
Well, you were provided her report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what it says, and I was talking to her about this yesterday, and she didn't know. But you can see up here where it says cranium, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you've got the pelvis. That's kind of the center of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you've got the femurs, I learned. Those are the leg bones.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also agree with me that ribs are above the pelvis.
Yes.
Okay. And we've got a rib found way down here, below the legs and everything else. Okay. Wouldn't that be evidence of some type of tending to or something?
It could be disturbance from animals or nearby. It's that one rib is not going to tell me that the body was stirred up.
Okay. What if I told you that there was also another rib with a bullet in it found somewhere up in this area where the hand is?
Okay.
Okay. So you got two ribs or two pieces of ribs or parts of ribs in two different locations. So you're saying that that could be evidence of animals?
It could be.
Okay. Couldn't it also be evidence of stirring?
Not with all the other bones found. I mean, you have the leg bones where they're supposed to be. You have the skull where it's supposed to be. And also it was kind of a shallow berm so that you have to account for stuff potentially, rolling down as opposed to a flat surface.
Okay. Now, the body laying, you stated that, in your opinion, that the body was laying face down.
Yes, based on the photograph showing the back of the leg lying face up and the face being very well protected and less burned than the backside.
Okay. Now, for the fact that the body is face down, you can't tell this jury whether or not Gary Farris fell into the fire or was placed into the fire.
Yeah.
Okay. You also have no opinion as to cause of death.
I'm not qualified to make cause of death, nor was this asked of me.
No, I understand. I blame you. You're fine. Give me just 1 second, okay? One thing, too, you may have read it in some of the reports that you reviewed and did not. There was an eyewitness, in this case, that previously had testified that he observed flames from the burn pile on July the 3rd, later in the day.
Get my notes real quick.
Would knowing that information change your opinion about your report?
I mean, there's possible they could have started, had another fire earlier. I'm not sure.
Okay. But it's still your opinion that this fire was less than 24 hours old?
Yes, simply because it was still warm. If it had been cold, then we could extend the time frame.
Okay. All right. No further questions.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You can be excused.
Thank you very much.
If you would, state your full name for the record.
Robert Simmons, go by Bobby.
And who do you work for?
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
You just call that TBI?
Yes, sir.
If you would, just tell the jury, what is the TBI and how's it in comparison to our GBI here in Georgia?
It's basically the same thing as GBI. We investigate special circumstance cases that were requested by district attorneys throughout Tennessee. My unit is in Middle Tennessee. We handle everything from homicides to thefts to officer-involved shootings, just a wide variety of stuff.
Where did you start in law enforcement?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
What did you do there?
I was a patrol officer for 2 years. Then I went to a proactive unit, and then I was a detective the last 2 years I was there.
What type of proactive unit was it? Crime suppression or something? Or?
Basically, we called it a flex unit. We were unmarked cars, but just doing proactive stuff in high crime areas.
All right. And after you were there, what'd you do?
So when I left Metro, I started at TBI.
You were a detective before you left?
Yes, sir, I was.
What kind of cases did you investigate?
Mostly property crimes. We did do some homicides, but kind of a wide variety. We were kind of regional. We had a precinct. We covered a certain area of Nashville. We kind of covered all the crimes in that area.
Now, were you, we call it post-certified, which y'all call in Tennessee.
Yes, post-certified.
Were you post-certified with the state level, or is it just a state accreditation for everybody?
Correct.
And when you go to the GBI, do you have to go back to a new academy?
Through TBI, yes, sir. We go through
TBI. I'm
yes,
sorry.
We are. They host their own special agent academy.
How long was that?
I believe it was 18 weeks.
After you got out of the academy for the TBI, what'd you do?
In the position I'm in now, so CID in Middle Tennessee. I've been in that position the whole time.
Now, in Georgia, the GBI investigates, they're assigned to regions, and they may have so many counties in their region. Is yours similar to that? Yes, sir.
We're assigned to the 4 grand districts of the state. So I'm in Middle Tennessee. Within that, I'm assigned to the 16th Judicial District, which is Rutherford and Cannon County. I cover those 2 counties.
What are those counties like? Are they big, small?
They're actually both the opposite. Rutherford County is Murfreesboro, where Middle Tennessee State University is. It's a very large city, large departments, police departments. Cannon County is the complete opposite. Population is about 15,000, and they have 2 detectives for the whole county.
And how long have you been doing this type of work?
I've been there. I've been at TBI since 2016.
Do you have any specializations, or y'all just catch whatever cases come?
We catch them all, yes, sir.
Do you do crime scene and things like that, or are you mainly on the investigative side?
We do. We process our own scenes mostly.
You do too?
Yes, sir.
And oftentimes, do you work with sister agencies from other states?
Yes, sir, we do.
Now, in this case, did you get called upon, or someone get a hold of you from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office ask you to help out?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just kind of tell the jury how that works. What happened there?
So we got a call from Cherokee County just saying that they had an individual in Middle Tennessee that they had identified and were trying to locate and interview, and they were asking us to go, given that it's a few hours away from where they were at, if we could go and try to locate that person and interview him.
And I think you went, let's begin with the timeline here. July 6th of 2018, I think you went and talked to first as a Martha Jane Barton.
Yes, sir.
And I believe she was related to, by marriage, stepmother to Rusty Barton. Is that right?
That's correct, I believe.
So you went and talked to Martha Jane on July 6th that evening. Was it a long conversation or kind of just an introductory conversation?
I think it's pretty short. We didn't gain a whole lot of information.
What's Martha Jane like?
She was a little standoffish, but it wasn't. I don't think it was necessarily a terrible interaction.
Was she older?
Yes, she is.
And where was this at? What city was it?
I believe it was in Coffee County. I believe Tullahoma.
Tullahoma. I think Rusty's Tullahoma too.
Yes.
What is that like?
It's a little bit smaller than say where the Murfreesboro, where I'm from. It's not I wouldn't call it a podunk county, but it's fairly
rural,
yes,
farms,
it's
things
rural.
like that.
Yes.
What kind of cotton fields, tobacco fields? What's the produce there?
Mostly down there is corn and soybeans, Middle Tennessee.
But rural area.
Yes, sir.
And but was Martha Jane, was she pleasant, nice?
Yeah, no issues with the interview.
A little reluctant to talk with you?
Yes, sir.
And did she really give you anything that was a significant that you went, hey, here's some great information and just solve the case for us?
No, sir.
After you talked to Martha Jane, did you go and talk to Rusty Barton?
Yes, sir, we did.
And I think that conversation was about, give or take, 45 minutes, probably around 8 or 9 o'clock at night.
I believe that's right. Yes, sir.
And when you talked to Rusty, where did you go to talk to him?
I went to his house.
And did you have anybody with you?
Yes, Agent Elizabeth Williams, another TBI agent.
Now, this Tullahoma where Rusty was at, was this your area that you were assigned to, or was this outside your area?
That's Agent Williams' assigned area.
And how many TBI agents do y'all have per area, I guess?
Generally one.
How many cases do you have to work a year?
We generally may get 10 to 15 cases a year, and we maintain our cases through adjudication, so we're constantly carrying 10 to 15 cases at all times.
Is the TBI like a GBI that you basically have to get called in for assistance from a local agency?
Correct. Well, the way TBI, the statute reads for Tennessee, is the district attorney's office has to request the TBI investigate the matter.
It's the head prosecutor requests.
Correct. Yes.
Now, in this, since you're helping out, how much did you really know about what had happened in Cherokee County?
Very little.
Did you have great detail, or just basically the information that Gary was found on burn pile?
Yes, and we were provided their information basically to go find them and just see what they know, kind of deal.
So just kind of preliminary, just to start the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And did y'all have a lot of time to prepare, or did y'all just hit the road and try to get out there and talk to people?
No, we went pretty quick and tried to find them.
Now, when you tell the jury, if you would, how would you describe Rusty Barton?
He was a little arrogant at first. I remember when we first got there and we explained who we were and what we were doing. He made the comment, "Well, do you know who I am?" or something along those lines. And yes, sir, we do. Yeah, we know your birthday. We know who you are. We're here knowing we're talking to you. He was a little reluctant again to provide information. We kind of just had to tell him a little bit about what we did know, but to kind of peel the layers back and get to the bottom of it.
Kind of pulling strings to get some information?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the beginning, I guess there was an issue about who Roy Barton was, and junior and senior.
Yes, there was conversation about that.
So Martha Jane's husband, Roy, who had passed away, that was Rusty's father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, we start talking to Rusty. Does he give? Is it a voluntary talk?
Yes, sir. He invited us into his home. Yes, sir.
So he didn't put handcuffs on or anything like that?
Oh, absolutely not. No, sir.
Have you played good cop or bad cop when you've done interviews, interrogation?
We do, and depending on, I've done several interviews with Agent Williams and with other ones, and we kind of just feel it out and see who they better connecting with, and sometimes they gravitate towards one agent or the other, so we just kind of play off of that to get that information and talk to them.
To be a detective and also to work for the TBI, do you go through interviews and interrogation training?
Yes, sir.
Is it called interviews and interrogation, or what do y'all call y'all's?
They've done several. We do independent classes. They've done different techniques over the years.
Read method, bait method, things like that?
Yes, sir.
So are you kind of taught how to interview people, even reluctant witnesses?
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Now, have you ever been in some throwdown interviews with people cussing, screaming, almost going fisticuffs?
Absolutely.
How many of those do you think you've been in?
Only a handful. Most of the time, I feel pretty confident with talking civilly with people.
You ever have to get in a fist fight or anything, restrain anybody during the interview?
No, not during an interview, no.
What is your style? If you tell the jury, if we could hear a recording of you, what's your style like?
I try to be polite, yes, sir, no, sir. I try to respect what they're saying, but also make them understand that we know that there's maybe more that they're not telling us. Let them know that, let them talk, let them kind of say what they want to say, but then be able to talk them through, hey, it's okay. We're here for a purpose. We're not here to, again, at that time, we're not here to arrest you. I've had those interviews where we know we're arresting him. That was not this at all. This was just an informative interview, get as much information as we could. So.
Now, at this stage, do you even know if Rusty Barton is someone that's a suspect or is knows something or knows nothing?
I think we knew that there was going to be some kind of connection, but we didn't know the full extent of what that was at that point.
Have you even seen the defendant, Melody Farris, in this case?
No, sir.
So you never came this way to Georgia?
No, sir.
You just helped up there, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, so when you first start talking to Rusty, let him know it's just a voluntary interview. Did he could end the interview? Was that made clear to him?
Yes, sir. He knew. Again, he invited us to come sit in his home and talk with him. At no point did he ask us to get up and leave, and we refused to leave. I mean, that wasn't the conversation. So,
what level of sophistication would you say Rusty Barton has?
He's a smart man. He's a businessman. He's not.
He's in sales.
Yes.
Nice guy.
Yes, sir.
Pretty big guy.
He was. Yes, sir.
Not super aggressive or anything like that.
No.
Now, did he like your partner?
There was periods where he didn't like maybe some of the things she was saying, and he again just gravitated more towards having a conversation with me, and that's just part of how. That's why we take multiple people to an interview.
Sure, I mean it's something you do, right? Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, yes, sir.
On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being where you're in someone's face, screaming, cussing, pointing at them, and everybody's standing up, almost going to blows, and 1 being, hey, we're just kind of having a conversation, kind of like what we're doing. Where would you put this interview with him?
Oh, very low, maybe a 2. I mean, we were definitely saying, we know that there are things you're not, we know that there's more to this than you're saying, and again, we're kind of just pulling the layers back of that onion, and just. We know there's more to it, just getting him to, but it was at no point confrontational as yelling, screaming, anything like that.
Did you ask him if he knew Melody Farris?
Yes, sir.
Did you go through when there's a murder, do you try to when you investigate a murder or helping out in a murder, do you try to get a timeline?
Yes, sir, we do. Talk about when they last spoke to somebody, when they saw somebody, when things like that, how they communicate with the person, all those kind of things. And
he's going to be here. I'm going to ask him these questions, but did you try to get a timeline with him for July 3rd, 4th, and 5th? Gary Ferris's body was found on the 5th, so did y'all try to go back through things to see where he was at?
I believe we did. I don't know that we knew all the details of the exact times, other than, I mean, it was the next day, so we knew we were talking about the few days leading up to that.
And did you talk to him do you remember talking about whether or not he gave the defendant a credit card?
Yes, we did talk about that. At some point, I believe it was during that first interview, yes, sir.
Do you remember, Rusty from Tullahoma? Is he from that area?
I believe so. He talked about family connections to the area and that kind of thing.
Did he talk about his grandfather?
Yes, his grandfather used to be the sheriff or the police chief or something along those lines.
So there was a background to the
Yes, sir.
connection to law enforcement.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you investigate things, crimes and things like that, are you interested in cell phones?
Absolutely.
Are those ubiquitous today? Are they within arm's reach of most people?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you do any drug investigations?
No, I did not.
Do you ever see, how many phones do you have? So,
I have two, personal phone and work phone.
did you ask Rusty about phones and how many phones the defendant had?
Yes, we had conversations about that he had a work phone, and then again, at some point we talked about that he had to end up getting a personal phone because his work didn't want him to use the work phone for personal business. So he told us he had two phones, I believe.
Do you remember asking him about the defendant's phone?
Yeah, we talked about if he had purchased a cell phone for her, a burner phone, prepaid phone, those kind of things.
In your first interview, did he just give you the one phone and one phone number? Do you
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And then later on, did you get, maybe through his attorney, did you end up getting another phone number or knowledge of another phone?
Yes, sir.
Was that Bobby Carter?
Yes, sir.
So that would, so on July 6th, it was just one phone, and then
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
later on you learned about another one.
Yes, sir.
The first time you talked to him, did he seem to have a lot of details about what had happened to Gary?
No, he did not.
Did he seem to indicate whether or not he was talking to the defendant a lot?
No, I think he kind of indicated that he had not spoken to her for a while. That I want to say maybe even hadn't seen her for quite some time, but kind of distance that there was not been recent communication.
First interview, did you get attacked by the cat? I think maybe
That sounds right. I think so.
his cat got on you or something.
Yeah.
Do you remember leaving that night, and what was it like to leave? Was there any issues or anything like that?
No, it was.
At some point, did he or his attorney reach out and want to talk again?
Yes. So a couple days later, I believe that first interview was on this July 6th, and then on July 10th, which would have been the beginning of the next week.
If you look right there on Raleigh 1, there's a calendar for July 2018.
Yes. So Friday the 6th is when we talked to him initially. And then I believe it would have been Tuesday, July.
I got the 10th. Is that
the
right?
10th, yes, sir.
And when you went back on the 10th, tell the jury who was all with you on this time.
So at that point, there was Mr. Barton was there, his attorney Bobby Carter was there, myself, Agent Williams were there, and then there was two investigators from Cherokee County there.
The lead detective in the case is Detective Hayes, Daniel Hayes. He's sitting right here. I don't know if you remember him.
Yes, sir.
Probably may have been dressed differently, more casual. I don't remember how you first went out.
Yes,
and then you had Ashley Pope, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember? So Hayes and Pope.
Okay. Yes, sir.
For the record, which one was good cop and which one was bad cop?
I don't recall which one. I remember them both being there. One was doing more of the talking. One was dealing more with the cell phones and cell right. I don't recall which was.
How aggressive was that second interview?
Well, I mean, it started with his attorney basically letting us know, hey, he told us, in the initial part of the interview.
That's okay, Judge. I'm going to have him here. He can do it.
Well, I think the issue is whether it's the lawyer talking or the defendant talking or the witness talking.
It's the lawyer.
Yeah,
Well,
so that's not going on.
I'll rephrase it.
All right.
In the second interview, someone reached out to y'all. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
And when you got to the second interview, don't tell me what was said, but when you were there, did you get more information during the second interview that you couldn't get during the first interview?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
And was that because things had to be explained and clarified?
Yes, sir.
And that was on coming from their side and not y'all's?
Correct. Yes.
So it had to set some things straight or change some things?
Yes, sir.
Right. Let's see. During that second interview, y'all talked about phones again, I believe, and deleting some things off the phone.
Yes, sir. We did.
And when it came to Rusty's phone, do you remember you asked him? You were kind of quiet during the interview. You kind of, I could hear you talk, but you're not super aggressive, are you?
No,
I'm sure you can be when you have to, but
Right.
if you're reading the room, is that your style? Is kind of how it is?
Yeah, that interview was going very smoothly, so there was no need to agitate the situation by being aggressive with it.
And if you saw, I mean, an interview is an interview, right? That's a different tone than
Absolutely.
an interrogation. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
So if I said to you, what is an interview with a suspect? How's that different from what's an interrogation with a suspect or just a witness?
Well, in an interview, we're just having a casual conversation about just kind of what you know, kind of the dialogue back and forth. Interrogation's more of, for me, is me being more forthcoming, that we know more information, we know you're withholding, we know there's certain evidence, whatever it may be, but it's more of us kind of trying to get that person to just either acknowledge or have that conversation with about whatever evidence that we may have. And it can go back and forth. It can be a somewhat of confrontational, and then they may decide to speak, and we go back down to, just a casual conversation. And in this setting, it was absolutely that. It was all 6 of us talking, having conversations, and there was no jumping and screaming again. And
Nobody in the interview said, we're done, we're not talking anymore, or anything like that?
No, sir.
Now, if I said, is it either the interview or the interrogation, where sometimes law enforcement takes the approach of, you're done talking, now I'm going to talk? Which one is more likely to be that?
Right. That's when you kind of get into that interrogation phase. If you're kind of doing most of the talking and trying to get them to get on the same page as you, as far as agreeing that there is more information or whatever. But that's more of, for me, is that I talk more during that interrogation part.
Have you ever heard the saying, you catch more flies with honey you do vinegar?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes you got to use vinegar.
Yes, sir.
Do you ever do an interview where you're with a suspect or a witness and they're sitting in a chair and you get close to them, you put your arm around them and tell you everything, kind of comfort them?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever get when you do an interrogation where you have to get up in someone's face a little bit and see if they'll break or give you some more information?
Very little. I take the approach of, just being more honest with them, that, there's more that we know, and just be kind of frank, but not loud and argumentative or anything like that.
If a witness is reluctant or reticent or not completely forthcoming, do you try different things just to see what will happen?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did you feel like that's what was going on with Rusty?
Somewhat. It was more that we, as the investigators, knew more information, and we'd have to kind of feed him. And I'll go back to, let me give an example of that first interview. Is when we approached him and we said, hey, this is who we are talking to him. And he asked, do you know who I am? And I'm like, yes, sir. I had to say, I know your birthday. And, oh, okay, yes. So he had to kind of understand that they do know something more. So I need to talk. If I'd have gone in there and he had no idea who if we said, we don't know who you are, we just showed up, and, he would have been more reluctant. But as we fed him a little bit of information to say, we know, X, Y, and Z, he would kind of, okay, I'll tell you more. It's just, I think it was more of him just being standoffish, of not wanting to let go of that information.
Was it a process to get more information as the interviews went on?
Absolutely.
Now, you asked a question, we're talking about him deleting things off his phone. Do you remember asking him the question about why would you delete things off your phone? Not hers, but yours.
Yes.
And why did you ask that question?
Well, I know that in my experience, people delete things they don't want to be seen. And cell phones, that's a very common thing. Delete text messages, photos, whatever it may be that they delete off their phone. So we wanted to clarify, to see had he deleted items off his phone.
Now, Rusty has some sayings, some unique sayings. Like he said, like heck fire, stuff like that.
Yes.
When y'all first approached him and asked him whether or not he was having a physical or a sexual relationship with the defendant, what was he like there?
Again, very standoffish. Again, that's a statement most people don't want to hear. But once we explained, hey, we do know a little bit more, then he was forthcoming with little bits of information at a time. But at first, no, he didn't like that.
Did he give more and more information about the relationship as time went on?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell the jury, did you see anybody threaten Rusty?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you see anybody put a hand on him or hurt him or do anything like that?
Absolutely not, no, sir.
And if you were involved in an interview and you saw even another law enforcement officer cross that line, would you do something?
Absolutely.
See anything in this case give you concern?
No, sir.
Nothing further, no. Weaver?
Good afternoon, Mr. Simmons.
Good afternoon.
My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a lot of questions for you because I know you really didn't have a lot to do with this case. Would that be correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So that first interview, you said you showed up, about 8 or 9 o'clock at night on a Friday?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unusual that if you show up at somebody's house at 8 or 9 o'clock on a Friday night, that you would ask, do you know who I am?
You're saying me ask that?
Well,
the person, yes.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
are you interviewing the right person?
Sure.
I mean, you catch people off guard.
Yes, sir.
So they want to verify who you are.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you mentioned something about deleting cell phones earlier. That's
Deleted data off of a cell phone.
okay. But that, were you talking about his phone? Did you do a phone dump on his phone?
During the second interview, yes, they were conducting a cell right extraction.
But did you?
No, we were sitting there, so as they're doing it, I was asking him about the data on his phone.
Okay. But otherwise, you were there for just 2 interviews?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you aware that Cherokee County came up and interviewed him multiple times after you?
I've heard that, yeah, but we were not a part of that.
But you weren't present for that?
No, sir.
Okay. But, you know, the district attorney was talking to you about how you were behaving, but, I mean, overall, Rusty was pretty respectful of you, wasn't he?
Yes, sir. Yeah. There was no, I mean, again, like you said, somebody shows up at your door asking questions of why are you here? And that's understandable. We explain all that. But no, he wasn't yelling and screaming at us either. No.
Right. And it's not unusual for a person when you confront them with extramarital relationship to maybe not talk about that right away, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you sit down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Williams.
Can you please tell them where you are employed and how long you've been employed there?
Yes, I am a special agent out of Tennessee with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and I've been there about 8.5 years.
What did you do prior to the TBI?
I was also a special agent with our state's Alcoholic Beverage Commission.
How long were you an agent there?
2 years.
And before that, what did you do?
I was in college, and throughout college, I worked as a certified pharmacy technician.
And they just heard from your colleagues, so I won't belabor too much of this, but you're also post-certified there in Tennessee?
I am.
Okay. And what is your region that you are assigned to?
So my colleague is assigned to middle. I'm east. Tennessee has 3 divisions. So east would be like Chattanooga, all the way from the Kentucky border to Chattanooga in Georgia.
Did you go with your colleague with Agent Simmons to interview Martha Barton?
I did.
Okay. And can you tell the jury a little bit about how Miss Barton was towards you all?
I think Miss Barton's interview was the second one that we did that night, and I think it was like a Friday night, maybe even after hours. And our hours end at 4:30, so we're talking probably 5 o'clock and onward. And I think she was the second one that we did. Miss Barton appeared gracious. She welcomed us into her home. She seemed very protective of Melody when we asked questions, Miss Farris. She answered our questions. She also, if I may explain a little further, she also said that she had been instructed to...
Objection, hearsay.
Without going into what she told you at this point, was she a little reluctant to chat with you?
She was, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And moving on from Miss Barton, what information did you have before going to speak with both Martha Barton and Rusty Barton in this case?
I don't think that I received the original call for assistance. I work with the state of Georgia all the time. GBI, Walker County, this being Cherokee County. I'm usually called, but I don't think I was in this case. I think Agent Simmons was. And because Mr. Barton lived in Tullahoma, which is Coffee County, that was my area at the time. the most natural way for me to get involved would have been for Agent Simmons to then call me. We would have linked up and then went to wherever to interview whomever we needed to.
And so you would have gotten your information from Agent Simmons.
Yes.
Is that fair? Okay. So did you have the occasion to go interview Rusty Barton on July 6, 2018?
We did.
But prior to entering into that interview with Mr. Barton, talk to the jury a little bit about your style, how you conduct interviews of this nature.
Each case is different, but I knew going in that this was a homicide case. I can't tell you what information that I knew just in thinking, trying to recall, other than this is a witness, we need to go talk to him. So I didn't perceive him as a subject, but clearly if the state of Georgia needed us to do an interview or Cherokee County needed an interview that night after hours, it was important. And it was important to us because we maintain relationships with all departments, states, whoever calls. So we responded immediately. And the appropriate course of action is it's non-custodial. We were invited into this person's home. It was his daughter's home. So we were respectful. We were nice. But there is a point where we're wasting our time and whoever we're talking to's time, whoever's requested our time, if we don't get straight to the facts. So this interview will start like all interviews do. We'll build rapport. We'll thank them for letting us come. We're super respectful and polite. But there's a point when we have to ask the tough questions, which is what occurred during this interview as well.
So is it fair to say that Mr. Barton was also reluctant in the beginning to chat with you?
In the beginning, he was nice. I mean, he let us come in. He was confused, or he said he was confused about why we were there. Once the questions became pointed at him, he was very reluctant to answer them, and at one point appeared to be upset that I was asking certain questions.
And when you were invited into his home, did either you or Agent Simmons have your weapons drawn or any handcuffs out or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
And did you promise him anything or threaten him with anything?
No, ma'am.
During that interview, at any point, did you press upon him the importance of what was happening and the seriousness?
Yes, I think so.
During that interview, did you inform him that at some point you're going to go and kind of corroborate, validate, or dispel the information he's providing to you?
Yes, I told him something along the lines of, once we leave this interview here, we have other work to do.
Throughout that interview, when you were asking about Melody Farris, did he sort of distance himself from her?
I can't recall exactly what he said, but I can tell you that he was reluctant to define the relationship. When I asked him something along the lines of being in a romantic relationship with Miss Farris, he did not want to talk about that.
I want to talk about the subsequent interview. So on the interview on the 6th, how did that interview end?
I'm sorry, how did it what?
How did it end?
He thanked us. We thanked him. I mean, it was non-eventful. He stayed at his house. We left. We went to do the interview with Miss Barton.
And on the 10th, did you have the opportunity to interview Mr. Barton again?
We did.
Who was present for that interview?
That interview was divided into two parts. Agent Simmons and I, again, I don't know who contacted whom. However, we got to the attorney's office in Tullahoma, still in Coffee County. Now, Judge Bobby Carter was the attorney at the time that Mr. Barton had retained or agreed to meet with. It was at his office. And we met there in the afternoon. It was Bobby and I, and then I know Ashley Pope, and then there was another maybe detective from Cherokee County.
Would that be maybe Detective Daniel Hayes?
Maybe.
So during that interview, was that a longer interview than the first one?
I think the first one was about an hour. The first part of the July 10th interview was like an hour. We left. Judge Carter called us back and said, we think you need to come back and hear this. And I think the second part, so 1 and 2, part 2, I think was like 2 hours.
So total about 3. Is that fair?
Yes.
From the 10th. Okay. And during that interview was his phone also being extracted?
Yes, at some point, I think the second part of the interview.
During that interview with Mr. Barton, did you eventually have to sort of, and I'm going to phrase it as have a come to Jesus moment with him about how you were interpreting his position on the questions at that point?
I didn't say a lot, I don't think, during the first and second interviews, both on the 10th. So we'll say July 6th, and then we'll refer to July 10th. July 6th, Agent Simmons and I both had a pretty dominant role because no one from Georgia was there. So whatever information we were going to tell Georgia, we had to get it because there was not a representative there. On the 10th, because there were people, law enforcement personnel from Georgia, we kind of took a back seat. However, the relationship with Mr. Barton and I was already established. We established that on the 6th. He called me pushy. He did not appear to be receptive to my questions. And I think on the 10th, that just kind of flowed right on in to that atmosphere. So there was a point when he looked at me, and I don't even know if I knew he was talking to me at first. And then on playback of the recording, I heard him say something along the lines of, well, you don't believe me, or you don't believe anything that I'm saying. And then I go through this long spiel, and it ends with me saying, well, you're picking up what I'm putting down. I mean, it's obvious whether it was my body language or the questions that I was asking or the way I responded to his questions and answers. It was obvious that he knew that I knew that I didn't believe everything that he was saying.
And so at that point going forward, did you continue to impress upon him the importance of this investigation?
I'm sure I did.
Good afternoon, Agent Williams. My name is John Luke Weaver, and I represent Melody Farris. Just briefly. So you were there for the first interview on the 6th.
Yes.
And Rusty wasn't really happy with you guys asking about an extramarital affair he was involved in.
Of course not.
Okay,
right.
That's reasonable. Mm-hmm. And he wasn't happy about that on the 10th, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody would be. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Mr. Barton, does that device work? Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's working?
Yes.
I will try to keep this microphone as close as I can. State your full name for the record, please.
Roy Henry Barton, Jr.
All right, Mr. Barton, you're going to have to speak up louder. You have a very soft voice. We can't hear you. So if you'll do me a favor, try to speak to that back wall, if you would.
Roy Henry Barton, Jr.
Thank you, sir. Do you go by Rusty?
I do.
How old are you today?
71.
What is your educational background?
2 years of college.
And what did you study there?
Business administration.
Where did you go to school?
Montlow State Community College.
Where's that located?
In between Tullahoma, Tennessee and Lynchburg, Tennessee.
After you did that, what type of work did you get in? I believe, are you in sales?
I am, yes. But when I started, I was the bookkeeper for the dealership.
How long have you been doing sales?
Over 52 years.
In the 52 years that you've been doing sales, what type of things do you sell?
Construction equipment, bulldozers, backhoes.
Heavy machinery?
Yes.
If you would, just tell the jury, as part of your job as a salesman, do you have a route? What do you do? Just kind of inform them of what your everyday job is like as a salesman.
I have a designated territory, 11 counties in central middle Tennessee. The core of them, which is about 5 counties I've covered the entire time. The rest of the outlying counties from the core has been, it changes as they change territories and salespeople and stuff like that.
Is this inside sales or outside sales?
Outside sales.
So do you have to cold call? Do you find your own clients, or how does that work?
Well, since I've been doing it so long, I do very little cold calling, but, as new businesses start up, especially nowadays with landscaping.
Is it John Deere, or what type of things do you sell?
John Deere.
Do you sell mainly like bulldozers, heavy machinery to construction companies or to farms, or what type of businesses do you deal with mostly?
All cities, counties, utility districts, farmers do buy quite a bit because I have all of my territory is very rural, so I don't have any large contractors the guys that do the big state jobs for the most part.
Are you from the city or from the country?
I live in Tullahoma, so
So tell us about that. What size of a city or town is that?
Tullahoma is about 18,000 people, and I was born there.
Your whole life been there?
Yes.
Do you have a lot of relatives there?
Yes.
A lot of friends?
Yes.
Is it a place that you consider close to your heart?
It is my heart. My daughters live there. It's home.
Right. And I'm not going to ask your daughters' names, but you have 2 adult daughters. Is that right?
Correct.
And they're your joy? Are they your joy? You love your daughters?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And grandkids?
4.
Now, as a salesman, tell the jury, if you would, are you an extroverted person or an introverted person? Do you like to talk?
No.
But as a salesperson, I guess you'd have to do a lot of talking. Is that right?
No, you do a lot of listening.
Listening? And when you interact with other people, is it important to listen to what they need?
Correct.
Is it important to listen to what their concerns are?
Yes.
Is it important to take details?
They generally tell you.
Yeah, they'll tell you how they feel about things.
Yes. I mean, they know as much about my equipment as I do. So they tell me what they want.
And is your business, is it one that you actually have policies and you have forms and you have computer and things that you have to do when you're doing your sales?
Oh, yes.
What type of tools do you use to do your job?
Well, I have my company computer, and with that is provided all the specifications, for equipment. Most everything now there's no hard copies for literature. I mean, you just go on the internet and look up John Deere, just like anybody can.
Do you have, I guess, templates or forms on the computer that you use for quotes and stuff like that?
Yes.
Do you have to pay attention to detail on that?
I do, but I generally get somebody in the office to do that for me now. I don't keep up with the computer stuff that much.
How heavy is the sales when it comes to dealing with numbers and crunching numbers and things like that?
I don't understand what that question means.
Do you have to figure out how much things cost and how much percentage and anything, do any math in your job?
That's the way that it's done, but in the last several years, I have a sales manager that does that with this newer company. The sales manager does it for me because we've had to change systems again, and I just haven't caught on to the new operating system.
When it comes to doing public speaking, do you like to do that?
Not particularly.
Do you like to have confrontational settings?
Not at all.
Are you more comfortable in a different type of atmosphere when talking with people?
No.
Are you comfortable at all talking with people?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Do you like being a salesperson?
I love it.
And could you see yourself doing any other type of work, or is sales just what you do?
Well, considering I've been doing it for 52 years, I think yes, sales is what I do.
Are you successful at it?
I must be.
Is that yes, you are?
Yes, I are. Yes, I am.
I'm from South Carolina, so I sometimes think things differently too. You agree, though, that you do talk for a living?
Yes.
And when you're a salesperson, is it fair to say that you have an objective when you're meeting with people?
Yes.
You want to make the sale.
Correct.
So you have to be persuasive?
I'm not a pushy salesman. One of the pluses of doing this so long is people know me, they come to me. So I don't have to go out and say, mine's better than theirs and that kind of stuff. It's different than if you were a 30-year-old person out getting, new into the sales and none of the customers know you.
So in some ways, you're either persuasive in a good sense or in a bad sense. Would that be true in your job?
I would assume, yes.
But you're trying to get someone to make a decision. Is that right?
Yes.
You understand today that when you are answering the questions, the only thing I'm asking you, the decision I need you to help the jury make, is to get to the truth.
Correct.
That's all I'm asking you. You understand that?
I do.
I'm not asking you to make a case against anybody or anything else. Can we agree that your job is to tell us the truth?
Correct.
The whole truth?
And nothing but.
All right, let's go back to, you're from Alabama, is that right? Excuse me, Tennessee, I apologize. From Tennessee?
I'm from Tennessee.
And you are a
There's
Tennessee.
a big difference.
That's true. And you are a Tennessee fan, is that right?
I am.
And orange is your color, is that correct?
That is correct.
And how many, in your small town, how many people know your family?
A good number. I'm amazed at times at how many people are there that I do not know. But because we have an Air Force base, there's a lot of people that come and go.
And your grandfather was well known in the community?
Correct.
Was he involved in law enforcement?
He was.
Tell the jury about that, please.
All of my young life, childhood life, up to my probably 20s, my grandfather was either the chief of police in Tullahoma or the sheriff of Coffee County, which Tullahoma is in Coffee County.
Do you have respect for law enforcement?
Very much so.
Do you understand that they have a hard job to do some days?
I do that.
Even when they're investigating a former lover for murder?
I do.
Now, if I asked you if you were a fan of Detective Hayes and Detective Pope, which one would you be less of a fan of? Again, honesty is what I'm after.
Okay. Who would I be less a fan of?
Yes.
Sergeant Pope.
If I asked you to say between Sergeant Pope and Detective Hayes, which was the good cop and which was the bad cop when they talked to you?
Detective Hayes was the good cop.
Do you remember Detective Hayes here?
I did not recognize him, but yeah.
Are you married?
No, I am not.
Are you divorced?
Yes.
How long were you married for?
36 years.
36?
I think.
When did that marriage end?
The divorce was final in 2012.
Did your former wife work in the court system at all?
She did. She was a court reporter.
And how long did she do that?
I think 32 years.
Did you have some idea from your family connections and from your former wife's job about the legal system or the legal community?
Probably not as much as you would think, because I was never involved in anything with going to court or anything like that. My grandfather being the local police chief and the sheriff, I was single digits teenager when he did most of that. And then my wife, when she was a court reporter, my biggest job was delivering transcripts back to people.
Sure. Never thought you'd be in the middle of a murder trial testifying as a witness, did you?
Never in my entire life.
Do you want to be here?
Not at all.
You understand why you're here, though, right?
I do.
Are you an outdoorsman?
I am.
Tell the jury, what are your hobbies when it comes to hunting, fishing, things like that?
Hunting.
What type of hunting do you do?
Almost all is deer hunting, whitetail.
How avid of a hunter are you?
Some would say very.
Do you ever travel to other states to hunt?
I do.
We talked about Kansas.
Kansas, Colorado, Texas, Idaho, Montana, Canada, Mexico. You want more?
Sure. Where else have you traveled?
New Mexico, Florida, South Florida.
Mainly deer hunting?
Deer, elk, antelope, waterfowl, quail, dove.
Do you use firearms and a bow?
I do hunt with a bow some, yes.
Do you use one more than the other?
No. Bow season for me is very short, and I don't use it a whole lot, but the rest of the time I'm generally a muzzle loader and rifle hunter.
Do you have any experience being connected to a farm?
My other grandfather, not the chief of police, my daddy's dad, they lived across the street from us, or we lived across the street from them, however you want to look at it. And he had probably a couple 100-acre farm, ran about 80 Black Angus cows, and they had a little country store.
Did you have a farm at some point?
I did. I inherited my mother's farm and with my sister, and had it for a few years.
And how big was that?
115 acres.
What did the farm do? Produce anything, or was it animal farm or crops?
When my mom and her husband had it, they raised cows also. And then after my sister and I inherited it, I had one of the neighbors got to cut hay off of it. It was a hill farm, pretty steep hill. And the rest of the time it was, just a place for me to go deer hunting.
Are you a person that can basically build a house from scratch?
No.
Do you have any skills in carpentry or anything like that?
In what?
Carpentry, building things?
Not very good at it. I would be more a framer than a finished carpenter.
Have you ever tried to build a house or add on to a house or doing construction?
My dad and I one time built a 20 by 20. We called it a barn, but it wasn't perfect.
How about farm equipment? What can you use?
The only thing that I ran down at the farm was a small Ford tractor.
What size, do you remember?
I do not remember the model.
Old type of tractor or more common new tractor?
It was like
wheels narrow up front or wide?
I'm sorry?
The wheels in the front, were they close together or wide?
You didn't run it close together. You didn't run a tricycle on a hill farm. Okay. So they were wide, yes. It was about a 95 model.
How about RTVs? You ever used an RTV, drive an RTV?
I have.
Do you own any?
I do not. I never have.
Any side-by-sides?
No.
Do you ever use those things during hunting?
No. Now, when you're saying I have a four-wheeler.
Okay, let's talk about that. What type of four-wheeler do you have?
It's a 1997 model Honda 200.
Do you take that hunting with you?
I have, but not in several years.
Anytime that you're hunting, do you ever use a four-wheeler or something like that to move deer?
Yes, I have tied a deer to the back of the four-wheeler and drug it.
You said tied. How do you tie it?
Just with a rope to the luggage rack.
Nothing fancy, something simple just to move it?
Yeah.
Do you have a truck?
I do.
What kind of truck do you have?
Ford F-150.
Do you have a motorcycle?
I do.
What type of motorcycle do you have?
I have a Harley.
Which brand or model is it? Which model is it?
A Road King.
How long have you been riding motorcycles?
All my life.
Something you like to do?
Since I was 14, I should say. That's when I got my license.
Is that something you like to do?
It is. Not as much so in the last few years.
Do you own any guns?
I own a bunch of guns.
Tell the jury, if you would, what type of guns that you have. Is the list too long? I think as you're saying, you said to law enforcement.
Okay, I was going to say, can you say that? Yes.
Yes.
The list is too long.
I think when law enforcement asks you about guns,
I couldn't even rattle them all off if you wanted me to, but I could tell you a good number of them.
Roughly about how many do you have?
I don't know now. I probably have 40.
And out of the 40, how many of those are handguns?
Probably 6, 8, maybe 10. I don't know.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about how sometimes bullets and guns are tested?
Say again.
Do you ever talk to the defendant about have conversations about how guns and bullets are tested?
Not that I recall.
You don't remember doing that?
No, sir.
Where were your guns in 2018? Where were your guns stored?
They would have been in a storage building in my gun safes, except for the one or two that might have been in my pickup truck.
When law enforcement came and talked to you about this case, they ask you where your guns were?
To the best of my recollection, yes, they did.
They were interested in your guns, were they not?
They were.
And they asked you where the guns were at?
I don't remember them asking them about being in the storage building in a gun safe, but I think they just asked me what I had and if I had any, I guess basically with me. And I told them that I didn't have any on my person, but that I had, I think, a couple in my truck.
You had 2 in your truck, I believe. Is that right?
I think that's right, yes.
.357 revolver and a .40 caliber Glock?
Yes.
Did you voluntarily turn over or give the .357 to law enforcement in this case?
I did.
And did you know that gun was tested or looked at by the GBI?
I didn't know that, but I kind of figured it was. That's why they got it.
Do you remember telling law enforcement about how many people knew where your guns were at?
I'm sorry?
Do you remember saying only 2 people remembered or knew where your guns were at? Yourself and I believe your daughter?
I don't remember saying that, no, sir.
Were they kept somewhere else besides your house?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that.
I did not keep any. I lived at my daughter's house at the time. I was in between houses, and I did not keep any guns in the house because her husband was not a gun person and was fearful of them. And so I kept them, and I had 3 gun safes, still do, and I kept them in the storage building, I don't know, a few miles down the road. And so all the guns were in there except, I guess, those 2 at the time that were in a bag in the kind of the back floorboard of my truck.
Do you remember when law enforcement came up and executed a search warrant to look at your guns?
Actually, I don't think they had a search warrant. They did for the house, and I guess they were looking for guns.
That's fine. Do you remember them coming up looking for your guns?
Yes, I do.
Now, you're junior, Roy Barton Jr., is that right?
That's correct.
Your dad is senior?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I know he's passed away. I'm not trying to go down that or anything, but did he have a lot of guns?
He had several. Most of them had been rolled down to me at this point.
Do you have pistols?
I think he had 3.
Were any of those a .38 special?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know where those guns were at in 2018?
I do not.
Do you remember telling law enforcement that they were in Martha Jane's house?
With that, yes. I thought you meant like specifically in the house. No, they would have been there at Martha's house. Yes.
Wherever they were at in the house, is that right?
Correct.
But you don't know exactly what pistols he had. Is that fair?
No, he had a Colt Python, .357. He had a Browning .22. I think they called it a target pistol. And then he had gotten Martha Jane a pistol, and I really don't know what it was.
Had a .357?
I do not know.
I want to talk about Martha Jane. Who is Martha Jane, Barton?
She is or was my dad's wife, second wife.
Stepmother?
Yes.
What year did they get married or come together?
1975.
And how long were they married?
Until he passed away in 2014.
In 1975, from 2014, where did they live?
They lived in the house that I was raised in with my mom and dad on Walker Road. And then a few years after they got married, they built a new house on what's Carter Blake Road. And that's Martha still lives there.
How old is Martha today?
I think she's 83.
How would you describe Martha?
A good woman, worked at the bank for 53 years, I think. She's in very poor health now. She's had all kinds of procedures and heart valve replacements.
She's had heart issues.
Yes.
Doesn't do well with stress.
No.
And but in Tullahoma today, she lives still in the house.
Yes, she still lives in the house by herself.
Now, help explain to the jury the relationship between Martha Jane. Sometimes y'all refer to her as MJ. Is that right?
That's correct.
So the relationship between Martha Jane and the defendant.
Martha and Melody's mom were first cousins.
So the defendant would be second cousins to Martha.
I don't really know how all that
One
works.
level down.
Yeah. Because
So
there's
related,
first cousin twice removed, and
sure, related by blood, but referred to as cousins. Is that?
yes,
And you would be the stepson of Martha Jane.
correct.
When it describe to the jury the relationship through the years and how close they were, the defendant and Martha Jane.
Very close. My dad, when he was alive, he was not much of anybody of a man that wanted to drive. Martha always drove, so anytime Martha needed to go basically anywhere, which most of the time was to go to Nashville to the heart doctor, Melody would come up and get Martha and then drive her to Nashville to the doctor, and did that off and on for years.
Would you describe the defendant's relationship with Martha Jane more akin to a mother-daughter?
Very much so.
If you could say, who does the defendant love the most in the world, where would Martha Jane be on that?
Very high on that list.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
I didn't understand.
Would you describe Martha Jane as a God-fearing lady?
Very much so.
A Christian?
Yes.
She didn't know about your sexual affair with the defendant, did she?
I don't think so.
Would that have broken her heart?
I don't know. Probably.
She'd been disappointed in you?
Yes.
The two of you hid it from her, didn't you?
Yes.
Through the years, how often would the defendant come and see Martha Jane?
Are you talking like 30 years ago up to now or then?
Yeah, what I want you to do is to explain to the jury, some relatives see each other once a year at family reunions. Some relatives
Right.
never see each other for 5 years. Some relatives never see each other at all. How often would the defendant come up and physically be involved in Martha Jane's life?
That I do not know, because I didn't always know even when she would come up. I mean, she would come up and do things, and and I wouldn't know it.
Would it be more than occasional?
Yes, I would think so.
So a common event for the defendant?
I would think so.
A lot, I guess, is another way to say it.
That's a relative question, so I don't know. Again, I didn't know every time that she came up through the years. Sometimes it might be weeks later. My dad would say that Melody had been up.
When they would see each other, would the defendant come to Martha Jane's house or home?
Yes.
And would she be family and have access to the home?
Yes.
Come and go as she please?
Yes.
Full access to everywhere in the house?
Yes.
Could even come to the house when Martha Jane's not there?
Yes.
Did the defendant help Martha Jane with her property and things in her house?
She did.
I want to talk to you about the defendant. You see Melody Farris here in court today.
I do.
Describe something she's wearing and point her out for the record, please.
Glasses on top of her head, gray jacket, black top.
Just point to where she's at, please. Now let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
All right, so
Is it awkward being here in court in front of her?
It's awkward being in court, period. So, yes.
When it comes to your feelings for the defendant at this moment, how much love do you have for her?
Don't know that that's a measurable item.
That's what you have to do in court, sir. Tell me how much love you have for her right at the moment.
I do not know.
Do you love her?
I do not know.
But you did love her in the past, correct?
Correct.
You were in love with her, fair to say?
Yes.
And she was in love with you, fair to say?
Yes.
Now, you've had an opportunity to listen to some of your recordings in this case. Is that true?
I have.
And you know that there are recorded jail calls and other calls with you and the defendant?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury, did y'all have a special kind of words or codes or terms of endearment that you would use with each other?
I'm assuming that you're thinking about some of them. Yeah, we did.
Like what were some of those phrases y'all would share all the time on the phone or when you talk?
One of them would be all.
ALL, all,
Yes.
right?
Uh-huh.
What does that mean? At the time when you were still together,
Yes. Yeah.
are you telling this jury today that y'all are not together, right?
Correct.
Right. At the time, even after the arrest, when you were still together,
Mm-hmm.
what did all mean?
It meant, and it kind of started back when Dad got sick and Martha was having the heart surgery. Don't know what we would have done without Melody being up there taking care of Martha, because then I was having to take care of Dad. And so we talked most of the time. We talked several times every day, and it was, okay, we got this, get started, do the day,
To encourage one another, maybe?
Yeah, just, okay, you take care of this, I'll take care of that, and we get through the day.
Would that encapsulate for better or for worse?
No.
It wouldn't?
No, it was not I wouldn't put it as an emotional love you kind of thing. It was let's go tackle the day kind of thing.
But you would say that to her and she would say that to you during this investigation and after the arrest. Is that true?
It is.
So it applied to this situation.
It means just handle the day. Do what's got to be done.
So my question is,
strong.
My question is, yes or no, it does apply to her murder charges.
I think it applies to the whole thing. I wouldn't say specifically the charges.
But her situation in 2018,
Yes.
2019.
The situation.
Right. When she's been arrested for murder, y'all are saying all to each other, right?
Correct.
How about, did you ever say the word forward?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the jury what forward would mean when you would say it to one another.
Forward is a very similar thing to all. It just keep moving forward, keep going, get things done, handle what life throws at you.
How about, would she ever say she wants your hand on her waist?
She did.
What does that mean?
At my father's funeral, she came up and we were standing by the casket, and everybody comes by and you hug and thank them and all that. And we were just standing there, and I put my hand on her waist. It was kind of it was a strength for me to get through the day.
And she has said that to you after being arrested for murder. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
What age did you meet the defendant? How old was she?
The first time I met her,
I think you met her when she was 15.
that would probably be about right.
1975?
Correct.
Where did y'all meet?
At Dad and Martha's wedding.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And what did you think of her when she was 15?
I don't even remember.
Do you remember when her and Gary got together? Because they got together young, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So at 15, how close were you with her during her teenage years and early years?
Not at all.
Not at all?
Not at all.
Just kind of knew of her? You just knew of her?
Yes.
How often would you see her? I'm going to get to 2014, but before then, how often would you see her?
Rarely. Very rarely.
Now, how smart is the defendant?
I don't know.
Is she smart or not smart?
Well, I would consider her smart, yes.
Would you consider her hardworking?
Yeah, very.
She didn't suffer a slacker, did she? She didn't like lazy people.
She was not a slacker, no.
She didn't like lazy people, did she?
No.
Would you describe her as a take charge person?
Yes.
Would you describe her as a person that gets things done?
Yes.
In fact, that's what you told law enforcement, right?
I'm assuming I did, or you wouldn't have asked.
Is she a planner? Someone makes plans?
I would say yes.
Does she have a backbone?
Yeah, she does.
In fact, believe in 2014, you first talked about it. How much did she help with Martha Jane and your father during that time?
Oh, she was an absolute tremendous help. I don't know what we would have done without her. One time she was up, and Dad and Martha both, Dad had a stroke, went in the hospital, then went in the nursing home, and he never came home. And Martha, then during that period of time, had tests and then heart valve replacement. And one of the things that happened was the sewer system backed up and flooded the house, and she met with the septic tank people to get it cleaned out. So,
she gets things done, doesn't she?
yes.
She gets her hands dirty, doesn't she?
Yes.
All right, let's look at March of 2014. Why is that month and year significant in the context of you and the defendant?
Say it again.
March 2014.
That probably would be when Dad went in the hospital. I didn't remember that month exactly.
Okay, and that's when the defendant came up to Tennessee, is that right?
Yes. She was already there, actually, when Dad had his stroke. Her and Martha were, at the time, were already in Nashville at the doctor's office.
And then kind of later on, a couple months later, I think it was in September 2014, was it not, that things changed between friendship to romance?
I do not recall not even the month.
Do you recall the year? Was it in 2014?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that happened. What was going on?
We were just in close contact with each other almost day in, day out, trying to handle everything, and we became a thing.
So your relationship with her started in 2014.
Yes,
Did you know she was married?
I did.
Did you know she was married to Gary?
I did.
And I'm not asking for details or anything, but you two were intimate during this relationship?
We were.
And so you would know whether or not she has any tattoos on her?
I would.
Tell the jury what tattoos she has.
She has a red heart and the Roman numerals XO.
XO tattoos on her, right?
Yes.
And those tattoos represent you, do they not?
No, they do not.
They don't?
No, sir, they do not.
Who do they represent?
They do not represent anybody.
But you were with her when she got those tattoos, right?
I was.
And y'all went to the tattoo parlor shop together and got them?
We did.
So you were there when she got them?
Correct.
And y'all both like to drink Crown Royal, is that right?
That is correct.
And so you're with her when she gets the tattoos, then she gets the tattoos, and it's both of the drinks that you like. Is that right?
Yes, the XO is for the Crown Royal XO. That's it.
How about her phone having XO in it for you? Do you know anything about that?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know if she's ever referred to you or the number for you as being XO?
I do not recall that.
You didn't know that or don't know that?
I do not recall that, so I don't know whether it.
How many times do you think you and the defendant, and again, I'm not trying to get into the list of details or anything like that, but you two would rendezvous at a certain place, is that right?
Yes.
What city would you both meet up at?
Dalton, Georgia.
And Dalton was about 106 miles from Tullahoma, your home, is that right?
It
Takes about an hour and 45 minutes to get there.
Roughly, yes.
Did you know it's about 80 miles from her former home in Cherokee County?
I just kind of figured it was about halfway.
Takes about an hour and a half from her house to get there, is that right?
That I don't know.
But I guess the point is, why y'all were meeting Dalton is because it was halfway between the houses.
Right.
And when you met in Dalton, there's a certain exit that you would meet at.
Correct.
What exit was that?
333.
333. What hotels would you stay at there?
Mostly the Super 8.
How many years were y'all meeting up there? From 2014 to 2018?
Yes.
Who would pay for the rooms for y'all two?
I would.
Always?
Always.
Why is that?
Just what I do.
Explain that to me. Why?
I always thought the man paid for things.
In the beginning, I think, did y'all meet there monthly?
Oh, I don't remember how often and when and that. I'm
But
sure there's records, but I don't.
Did it progress to meeting weekly?
At times.
Did you meet more than one time during the week?
It's possible that we did. I do not recall that we did, but
You wouldn't dispute if
no,
that was the case?
No. Again, I know there's records. So.
Did you ever ask her when y'all were meeting up what is she telling her family why she's not there? Did you ever ask her?
I don't think so.
You never asked her what excuse or what are you telling them when you're coming to meet me? You never got curious to ask her how she's doing this? Not one time?
No. I'm trying to think how to say it. She could go and come as she pleased, and so she was very open to get to leave home and be gone and come back. Nobody kept tabs on her.
She wasn't a prisoner in her home, is what you're saying.
Not at all.
My question, though, is if you're meeting weekly and you're having an affair, are you not worried about her husband going, where is my wife? Did that not ever pop up or y'all talk about it?
No, it didn't. I guess we did talk about it, but I think she got to do her thing and he did his thing, and I don't think they didn't keep tabs on each other.
Right, but you're not trying to tell this jury that y'all were having an open relationship.
And I guess I'm saying that they did.
Based on what?
What she said.
What she says?
Yes.
Okay. So were y'all open at the wedding, Emily's wedding, going around openly engaging in a romantic relationship at Emily's wedding? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I don't recall us being very openly romantic at the...
Right, that's the point. You weren't, correct?
I don't think so. I mean, we might have sat at the same table at times and we might have danced together, but I wouldn't call us. I did that with other people there too.
Sure. My question is, you weren't being openly romantic in front of her family at Emily's wedding, were you?
I wouldn't think so.
That's because y'all were hiding the relationship, right?
Yes.
Now, you had a girlfriend named Christina Grant, I think in 2017. Is that right?
I did.
And you were hiding the relationship that you had with Melody from her?
Correct.
And she did something that you did not want her to do. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she did.
She sent an email to Gary Farris, Melody's husband, telling him, I don't know exactly what it said because I never saw it, but telling him that Melody was having an affair with me or vice versa, however it was worded.
I think that was in October of 2017. Would that be?
Yes, I think that's correct.
Now, you just said on the stand that you never saw the email, but did you not see an email, a copy of the email that the defendant took on her phone from Gary's phone?
I could have, but I do not recall seeing it.
Judge, you might just have one more. But you did talk to Christina about the email she sent.
I did.
What did you tell her to do?
I don't remember what I told her to do. I just told her that what she had done was pretty stupid and she shouldn't have done that.
Did you not tell her that to tell Gary it was just a rumor? Do you remember telling Christina to get back in contact with Gary and let him know that it was just a rumor because he's a lawyer and he would understand a rumor?
I do not recall that, no, sir.
Were you concerned that because Gary was an attorney that he could drag her information and her lifestyle into a court?
Yes.
Do you recall telling Christina that he could bring you in and ask you about your sexual partners or things like that?
Say again.
Do you remember telling Christina that you were concerned that Gary could bring her in and ask her about her relationships with other people?
I do not recall that, but I could understand that I might have said that.
Do you remember what happened with the defendant when Gary got that information about from Christina. What did she say to you?
What did Melody say to me?
Yes.
That Gary came into her room and told her that he had gotten that email.
And how did she feel about that? How did the defendant feel about Gary finding out from Christina?
I think she was just upset because Christina had done that.
Mad at Christina?
Yes.
Mad at you?
I don't think so.
She's very forgiving towards you?
I don't think at that point I'd done anything wrong.
When you would, through the years, communicate with the defendant, would you talk to her in person? Would you meet her face to face? We know about going up to hotels and meeting in Dalton, but outside of that, would you ever just go and do things with her, go out to eat or do other things?
Yeah, sometimes when she would come to town, we would go somewhere and eat or something.
And when you would talk to her, how many times a day, tell the jury, how many times a day would you talk to her on the phone, whether it's by voice or by text messages?
Off and on all day.
Almost every day?
Almost every day.
What was your pattern? What time of the day would y'all talk and how would you do it?
Well, I didn't know there was a pattern. It was just random phone calls and random texts. I don't think there was a pattern.
Would you get up in the morning and call her?
Probably.
Would you call her through the day?
Mm-hmm.
Would you call her in the evenings?
Mm-hmm. Or she would call me or whatever. Yeah.
So once you get up in the morning, would she be the first one you would call?
Not necessarily.
Normally?
I don't know. I mean, that I don't know.
Would she be one of the first persons you would call?
Probably.
And during the day, how many times do you think you would call her during the day every day?
I cannot answer that question. I mean, I'm sure you have records and could tell every specification there is about it, but I couldn't answer that.
Was it less than 5 times or more than 5 times?
I'm sure it varied. I'm sure it was both.
And what things would y'all talk about?
Everything from the weather to the kids to the grandkids to Martha, Daddy. I mean, just life.
Now, I'm going to talk to you about July 10th of 2018. Do you remember when you had another interview with the sheriff's office and some people from the TBI?
On July the 10th?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you remember July 2018 speaking with law enforcement?
I do, yeah.
Was there a time that when you were speaking to law enforcement that the defendant just kind of unannounced showed up?
She came into town, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, yes.
All right, tell the jury about the time she came into town when law enforcement was there.
I think that we had my attorney and myself had an interview with Detective Hayes, and I'm assuming since you said it that way that was the day that the TBI was there too. And I think after that meeting, and my attorney's office was downtown Tullahoma, so after that I left and went to Martha's house to check on her to see how she was doing, and then on my way back to town, I noticed that Melody was behind me.
What vehicle was she in?
The Mercedes.
She had not told you she was coming up, correct?
Correct.
It was a surprise, right?
Yes.
Unannounced, would you say?
Yes.
And she was there because of why?
I guess because I was with the police.
What did she ask you?
What did they say?
What did you tell her?
I'm assuming whatever they said. I don't remember what conversations we had.
What else did she say to you?
Don't remember exactly, but I would say, why are you here?
And did she give you any instructions or anything to say or not say to them?
No.
She tell you not to talk to law enforcement?
Probably. I don't remember that for a fact,
But has she told you through this case not to talk to law enforcement?
yes. No, not to talk to them, but I mean, I'm not going to run and hide, but just don't sit down and have a conversation with them. Be polite.
So you're saying she did not tell you to stop talking to law enforcement?
Okay, there's talking to somebody and then there's telling them, answering questions. And I think that's what was meant.
So tell me that. You're telling me that she told you not to answer questions of law enforcement.
That was my assumption of what it meant, yes.
She didn't want you to give law enforcement anything that could be used against her, right?
You don't want nothing to be used against.
Judge, he can answer. He's not speculating. He talked to her, had face-to-face conversations.
He doesn't know what she was thinking, so he can answer what she said and maybe how he interpreted it.
Go ahead and answer the question.
Sir?
You can answer the question. Did she talk to you and tell you not to talk to law enforcement because they were trying to get information on her?
I don't think it was spread out verbatim like that. It was just, don't talk.
I mean, it wasn't about anything else except the murder case, right?
Correct.
It didn't have any. I mean, there's no other reason you're talking to law enforcement, is there?
No.
Gary was found on July 5th of 2018. There's a calendar right there. Do you see that Thursday, July 5th, 2018?
I do.
And almost a year later, on June 18, 2019, the defendant was arrested. And you know that, don't you?
I do.
How do you know that?
I'm the one that carried her to the police station, turned her over to the police.
Because she was staying with you in Tullahoma?
No, she was not staying with me. We were together having lunch.
Physically present with her that day, right?
Sir?
You were physically with her that day?
I was. That afternoon, yeah.
She was in your vehicle?
She was.
And y'all had been together for how many days?
We had not been together for days. We had just left that afternoon to go. We were going to go have something to eat and then go someplace else, like Franklin or something.
So you're trying to say you were not socializing or hanging out or being together as a couple during this time?
Well, we were going to go have lunch, a late lunch, so I would, however you want to word that, yes.
Well, how many days was she there before she got arrested?
Several.
How many is several? Are we talking days or weeks?
A week or 10 days.
And how many times out of the week or 10 days did you see her?
I do not recall.
Probably every day, wasn't it?
I wouldn't think so.
The day of the arrest, you actually, when she was in the car, you brought her to the police department, I believe.
I did.
And then after she was arrested, you talked to her on the phone numerous times. Is that right?
What time frame were we talking about?
In June and July and other dates after she was arrested? Now, I want to go from how many times do you think you talked to her by phone? Let's go from July 4th of 2018, the 4th of July, to, let's just go after the arrest, October 31st of 2019. So from 4th of July in 2018 to Halloween in 2019. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone? There's roughly 484 days during that time period. How many times do you think you talked to her on the phone?
A lot.
What is a lot?
I don't know. You have the number. I don't.
More than the number of days?
I'm sure.
How many text messages do you think you shared with her during that time?
You have the numbers. I do not.
How many times do you think you said, I love you, or something all or for to her during that time?
Every day, probably. Or every day we talked.
Because you were there to help her, right?
Of course.
You loved her, right?
Yes.
You were supporting her, right?
I was.
You're going to do what you can to help her out of this fix, right?
I was.
In 2018, when they talked to you about the case, the first time that law enforcement talked to you, I think it was the TBI that came out on July 6th. That was a Friday of 2018.
Correct.
Do you remember how many phones and phone numbers you told law enforcement that she had?
I do not.
Do you remember when you met with them again, changing that number or giving more information?
I do remember changing it. I don't remember what was said.
After the first interview, you gave information that she did have a burner phone. Is that right?
That's your terminology. I don't use the terminology of burner phones. Both of her phones were, I would call a straight talk, that you actually purchased the minutes for. So,
would it be fair to say that one of the phones she used almost exclusively for you?
I do not know that.
And the other phone she used for public or other people?
I assumed that, yes, but I do not know that. They were her phones.
So her regular phone is one. Is that fair?
Say that again.
She has a regular phone, and then she had this other phone.
I think they were pretty well both identical. So.
Okay. But you didn't give law enforcement the other phone number the first time, right?
I don't know. I mean, I did not. I mean, I don't know the phone numbers. They were all in my phones.
Now, at some point when you met with law enforcement during this, you and your attorney, Bobby Carter, met with them and cooperated. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then when you met with them, you actually agreed to record calls between you and the defendant. Is that right?
That is correct.
And they actually gave you a recorder to record calls. Is that correct?
They did.
And you would actually try to do that at certain points?
I tried.
You tried to record some calls with her. And
with
that's
the
because
recorder, yes.
It was told to you, not only by your attorney, but during the conversations, that it's in your best interest to do that?
Yes.
And you want to help yourself. Is that true?
Absolutely.
But at some point, law enforcement had to come back to you and ask you about the recorder, didn't they?
They did.
And they had to ask you about the recorder because you actually told her about the recorder and recording the calls, right?
I did.
So let me get this straight. You want to help yourself because of the situation, and you agreed to record the phone calls with her, but you tell her you're recording the phone calls, right?
I did.
So she knew she was being recorded, is that correct?
Well, she knew that I tried. I never was successful at it.
Yeah, she knew you were recording the calls, right?
I never was successful at it.
I understand that because you told her, but she knew she was being recorded, right?
I told her that I had a tape recorder that Detective Hayes gave me, and that I was told and asked to try to record our phone calls.
And in fact, there was a conversation between you two that she said, didn't you say they were recording calls? And you were telling her, no, you were lying to her.
That's right.
And then they gave you after they confronted you about the recorder, you weren't forthcoming to tell them, oh, by the way, I did tell her. You lied to them, didn't you?
I did.
You told me you weren't recording. You didn't tell her you had the recorder, right?
You're correct.
And then they had Calios, the software on your phone that would record calls without having a recorder. Would that be fair?
Yes.
And you recorded a lot of those calls, right?
The way I understood how this worked, they put something on my telephone, and I mean, it was very odd the way it came through, but it came through, and then I would answer the phone, but at the same time, every phone call that I got from her through this system, also went directly to Detective Hayes.
Right.
And then I'm assuming was also recorded.
And counsel's going to ask you about those calls and what was recorded on those. But you agree with me that when they started doing the recordings on the Calios, that system, that was after you told her about the recorder, right?
Yes. Yeah. We went to that system after we tried the tape recorder.
All right. Help me on this timeline. She's arrested June 18th, 2019. This calendar's not open. June 18th, 2019. And then on June 25th, 2019, you come back to talk to law enforcement with your attorney to give some more information, right?
Okay, you lost me. Say that again.
The last conversation you had with law enforcement, the last recording, you recanted the statement you given earlier.
That was not the last time that I was with law enforcement. That was the next to the last time, I think.
Okay. in June of 2019, after the defendant was arrested,
Right.
you did have a conversation with law enforcement. Is that correct?
Yes, I think they came back the next week.
Okay. That next week, when you're talking to law enforcement, getting back to phones, did they not ask you if you ever met with a defendant in person and talked around the phones? Do you remember that?
I do.
And you told them, yes, we did meet in person and we did talk around the phones, right?
Correct.
So y'all were outside of law enforcement talking about the case so they couldn't hear it. Is that fair?
Mm-hmm.
And then they just took one more step and they asked you, did you have new phones? I call them burners. You may not like that term, but they asked you if you had other phones. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And they asked you, did you talk about the case outside of the other phones that we had that we can listen to? And you said, yeah.
Yes.
So is it not true that you were telling her the recording, I'm talking to them, don't say anything that you can incriminate
No,
yourself?
that's not true.
It's not true.
I didn't say that. I
Not
never
one
told
time.
you. No, sir.
It wasn't even implied one time.
Nope.
So why are you having these other phones to talk outside of the phone calls?
I wanted to make her comfortable so I could find out if there was anything that wasn't known.
You want to make her comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So you just had to go buy these other burner phones. The law enforcement didn't know that y'all were talking?
Correct.
You agree that's suspicious, right?
Of course it is.
And you're doing it, correct?
I did.
With a woman charged with murder and burning her own husband, right?
I wanted to know.
But you didn't tell law enforcement until they pulled it out of you, right?
You're not going to put a banner up. I tried to find out. I wanted to know.
I'm going to come back to some of these phone calls. But I want to talk about when you were... Let me try to step it back and lower things just a little bit. You need a restroom?
No, but I could use some water.
Oh, sure. Do we have...
There's nothing here. Up here. It's empty.
Let me get you... I got one. I've got a bottle of water here. There's barely enough there.
Oh, thank you.
You go about. I was gonna say let's go about 10 more minutes and take a break. So.
It's gonna be a while.
I know, but I'm sure the other folks want a break. You need one? You want a break? Oh, you're good. Okay, all right.
Mr. Barton, let me know when you're ready to go.
Okay.
When you were in the relationship with the defendant, you did or have some future plans to be together.
It was talked about. No plans.
No plans?
No plans.
None.
No specific plans.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary was sick?
Yes.
Tell the jury what she told you, what ailment he had.
My understanding was it was esophageal cancer.
Throat cancer.
Yes.
And you had somebody, a friend, a young man that had died from that?
That's correct.
What did she describe he would do because of this? What things would happen to him?
He would throw up blood.
She'd have to change the sheets and things like that?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Did she tell you she'd
I don't
have to
remember
do
that specifically, but yeah.
Did she tell you she'd have to take care of him because he was throwing up?
Yes.
And she'd have to clean it up?
Yes.
And it was really bad?
I don't remember the extremity of it, but.
Well, was there the thought that she told you that he could die?
Yes.
And that it could be soon?
Again, I don't remember a time frame on it, but
All right.
Yeah.
But you did have a plan that when he died from a natural death, that y'all would hang out for about 6 months and see how things went before you started dating or getting together.
That number was said. It was actually a response to Detective Hayes.
So that was a plan, 6 months or so, and see how it went.
It's not a plan. It was just a speculation, a spot.
But you did that to let things settle after Gary passed, right? That was the plan.
It was not a plan. There was not a lot of detail about it. And the 6 months I repeated what Detective Hayes had said.
And you said that was so the family could see how the family responded to the relationship. Is that true?
I don't know. Did I say that?
That's what I'm asking. Do you remember saying that?
I don't know. I don't recall that.
Do you recall searching for wedding bands on the internet?
I do.
What type of wedding bands did y'all have in mind? Let's not say a plan, but what type of idea did y'all have, and what type of wedding bands did y'all want?
We talked about plain gold bands.
To the degree that you would have these wedding bands, even if you weren't married, you would kind of go through the motions and hold yourself out like that, right?
Correct.
You don't think that's a plan?
I don't think it's a hardcore plan.
You just don't want to say plan, right?
It's your words, not mine.
No, sir. You had plans for wedding bands, and you searched for wedding bands, right?
I did search for wedding bands.
In fact, in June 28, 2018, you were searching for wedding bands for her, right?
Probably. Could have been Christina, but probably. Because I also looked up black diamonds, too.
So it could have been for Christina?
Sir?
For Christina?
Uh-huh. Did you see that?
When you talked to law enforcement, the first time you talked to was July 7th, 2018 with the TBI. Do you remember that one?
It was not July 7th.
July 6th. I apologize. July 6th, that Friday?
Yes.
So on July 6th of 2018, you talked to the TBI. Agent Simmons, Agent Williams?
I remember the name Agent Simmons. I do not remember the lady agent's name.
Describe the agents for us. We've met them today, but describe, what do you remember about them?
I don't know, very, very professional. Towards the end, she came across a little hard, but Simmons was very professional and very, not a problem at all. And I think there was a Coffee County Sheriff's deputy there too.
Was it?
I think so.
And then the second time was July 10th of 2018. I think y'all met at your attorney's office. Is that right?
That's right.
And the TBI agents were there, but also Sheriff's office? Detective Hayes, Detective Pope?
Yes. Not Coffee County.
Right, but from Cherokee County.
Yes.
And they came up on July 10th.
Yes, I think that's right.
So what day is this? Is that Tuesday?
Tuesday, yes.
All right, so July 6th is Friday and then Tuesday. So those are the first two times that you talked to law enforcement about the murder. Is that right?
Right.
And those were, the first one was not very long, but the 10th, I think y'all talked for hours. Is that correct?
Every one of them seemed like hours.
Long to you, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Very uncomfortable?
Yes.
Don't want to do it again?
Ever.
But you weren't forthcoming in all your answers, were you?
I didn't know my name.
But you knew enough to talk for several hours, though. Would you agree with that?
I don't think I talked for several hours.
But you did give information.
I might have been questioned for several hours, but I don't think I talked for several hours.
You did give information each time you talked to them, right?
I'm assuming I did.
And you didn't tell the whole truth in the beginning, did you?
Don't think so.
Well, you know you didn't tell the truth.
No.
It's a lot easier if you just come out and say it. You didn't, you go with the TBI, how they treated you. You didn't necessarily like how the sheriff's office treated you.
Correct.
And that was because the demeanor of Sergeant Pope.
That is true.
Tell the jury how he was with you.
Very aggressive, vulgar, pushy, finger stuck up to my nose. I would back up. He would pull forward. I would back up. He would pull forward. Did that 3 times once. I had to ask him. Actually, I think I asked Detective Hayes to have Pope leave the room.
And how big are you, sir?
Sir?
How tall and how much do you weigh at the time in 2018?
Well, 6'3". I'm assuming I'm still 6'3" and was then. I don't know. I'm probably in the 250 range.
Around 250. I think you went to the doctor and weighed one morning about 240 something. But do you remember what size Sergeant Pope was?
I wouldn't classify him as a great big fella.
And he never hit you, did he?
No, he never did hit me.
He never put a finger on you, did he?
He was very close. So I don't know if he touched me or not.
Well, I mean, he shook your hand, I assume, that day.
Well, yeah, but that's different.
But he didn't threaten to hurt you.
I think you're talking aggression.
Sure, he didn't threaten to hurt you or strike you or harm you or anything like that.
No.
Just was bad cop.
Yes.
I mean, got to cussing at you.
Yes.
Talked about death penalty, things
Yes.
like that. Talked about murder cases, right?
Mm-hmm.
Put the fear in you. Fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
You're doing pretty good. You're going to say yes or no.
Sir?
You're going to say yes or no. Not.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should know that.
It's all right.
It's all right. You've
You
done
don't-
pretty good until now.
Yeah, you haven't. You don't do this every day. I mean, at one point he talks about the serious nature of the case, and they expose you to how serious of a case this is. Is that fair?
Yes.
And do you understand when someone's murdered and then burned, that is aggravating under the law? That is very serious.
Do not know the terminology, but it is serious, yes.
Would you agree murder's one thing, but then burning the body is also adding to that?
Of course, yes.
So we're not talking about jaywalking or speeding. This is serious. And at one point they came with, I guess, fake arrest warrants or some type of warrants for you for two charges.
There was a arrest warrant given to me. I just immediately gave it to my attorney.
Right. A physical piece of paper.
Correct.
But not have been issued into the computer or signed by a judge. They just said, here's the things we're looking at with you,
The
right?
way I understood that it was an unsigned arrest warrant.
And do you remember what those charges were?
I do not.
Conspiracy and then concealing, do you remember?
No, sir, I do not.
But you do remember they presented you with an arrest warrant.
Correct.
You didn't like that, did you?
Well, no, I was scared to death.
Sure. Your attorney, Bobby Carter, after July 6th, so I think it's going to be July 10th of 2018, July 24th of 2018, and then June 25th of 2019. When you met, your attorney was with you during the whole time, right? Outside the first time.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, and he's a good guy, very smart guy, right?
Bobby?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, a good man.
Yes.
And he's actually a judge up there now, correct?
Correct.
So he knows what he's doing, right?
I think so.
Yeah. I mean, you trusted him, correct?
I do.
You relied on him, right?
Yes.
And he would give you advice when this was going on, saying, I think this is in your best interest, or this is in your best interest, right?
It was, yes.
And that was putting on your mind of, I need to do some of these things, correct?
Yes.
So he was advising what he thought was in their best interest, and you agreed and did things for law enforcement, right?
We put a tap on my phone.
In fact, do you remember that during some of these meetings with law enforcement, y'all would be getting at it, and you'd have to stop and go out and meet with Bobby, and then y'all would meet and confer, and you come back in, and then y'all would talk more. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Because he'd have to talk to you, give you information, and then you would come and do certain things, right?
Bobby would try to calm me down.
Sure. I mean, an example would be Ashley Pope confronted you about, where's your phone? If you're innocent, can we go through your phone? And you hesitated, correct?
I do not recall.
Do you remember going out, getting the phone after talking to your attorney, and then giving them the phone so they could try to dump the contents?
I do remember us giving them my phone and them trying to dump it in some electronic box there at Bobby's, and it didn't work.
But you had left your phone in the car when you were meeting with law enforcement. Is that right?
I don't recall.
Now, during these meetings, some of them were just long. They were just long meetings, right?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to listen to some of these meetings?
Some of them, yes.
You go back and try to remember as much as you can, correct?
I tried.
And they can get aggressive. Y'all can get at it. Both sides, and Pope could go at you pretty good.
I don't remember both sides getting aggressive, but yes, Pope.
Oh, that's fair. Sergeant Pope could get aggressive with you.
Correct.
But they were pushing you because they felt like you weren't telling them everything. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Uh-huh.
And you were not telling them everything, right? You were holding
Well,
back.
I didn't, yeah.
Yeah. But then at the same time, did you listen to it? Could you hear? Y'all sat around and ate candy together. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, I mean, I know you don't like watermelon because you didn't want watermelon during these meetings, correct?
Correct.
So during these heated meetings and when things are getting fierce, y'all could at the next moment get together and eat candy. So it just went up and down, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Barton, I want to talk about the interviews themselves. I have July 6th of 2018, I think it's a Friday. July 10th, 2018, which is a Tuesday. And then July 24th, 2018 is a Tuesday. And then August 2nd, 2018 is a Thursday. And June 25th, 2019. Do you have anything to write with, sir? Do you have anything to write with there or anything?
No, sir. I got paper, but what? I got one.
All right, for defense counsel, the dates again, July 6th, 2018. It's a Friday. July 10th, 2018. July 10th, 2018 is a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
July 24th, 2018, I think is a Tuesday. August 2nd, 2018, a Thursday. June 25th, 2019, which is a Tuesday. So I'm going to begin with July 6th, 2018.
Okay.
Do you remember that to be meeting, I think, was it at your house with the TBI agents?
Daughter's house, but
Daughter's
that's where I was living, so yes.
What do you remember about them showing up?
I was there alone upstairs in my bedroom. Heard, I don't remember, doorbell, knock on the door, dogs barking, something. Came out, I can look down onto the foyer and I could see several people walking away down the sidewalk. So I ran down the stairs and around through the kitchen and out into the garage and opened up the big garage door and because they were out in the parking area.
And did you let them in your house to talk to you?
I did.
And did y'all have how would you describe the conversation?
Pleasant, professional. It was fine.
Did you know why they were there?
Well, not initially, but they told me.
What do you remember them asking you why or saying why they were there?
They just said that, asked me, did I know Gary and Melody Farris? And I said I did, and that they were, I don't remember exactly how it was worded, but basically that they were investigating a murder and that Gary had been murdered, and then there was an attempt for a cover-up, and they just wanted to talk to me about my whereabouts.
What, do you remember them asking you when was the last time that you talked to Melody?
I do not remember that, but
do you remember them asking whether it was a day ago, a week ago, a month ago, or a year ago? Do you remember that phraseology?
I think it was something like that, yes.
Do you remember saying maybe a week?
Well, I listened to the tape that you gave me, so yes.
Okay. So your answer on that day was the last time you talked to her was maybe a week.
Correct.
But you do agree with me, if you look at the calendar there, is it not true that on you got July the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Tuesday, the 3rd, going into Wednesday, the 4th. You agree with me that there were 3 main phone calls that you had with the defendant that night going into the next day?
I do.
Why didn't you tell them about those?
I don't know.
They asked you when was the last time you saw her in person. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
If it was last summer or last year, do you remember saying that?
I do not remember what I said. No, sir.
Let me ask you today, going back on that, there at your house on July 6, 2018, when was the last time you physically saw the defendant?
I do not recall.
Do you have any idea? I know you're saying you don't recall, but do you have any idea?
No, sir. But you do, so you can tell me.
You said you listened to the recording. Do you remember after they told you Gary had been murdered and they were asking you questions about Melody? Do you remember pausing for quite some time and then saying, I don't know what I should be telling you?
I remember hearing that.
So you wouldn't dispute if you heard yourself say that you did do that?
I wouldn't dispute anything that there's a recording of.
Why did you say, I don't know what I should be telling you? Why did you hesitate to tell law enforcement about the defendant?
I'm being interviewed by the TBI for a murder that I know nothing about. You don't say nothing.
Did you do the murder?
No, sir.
Where were you in July 3rd, 4th, and 5th of 2018?
You should have a copy of that chart that I made that tells, and I have a copy of it, but I don't have it with me.
I just want you to tell the jury where were you at.
Tullahoma, my area.
Law enforcement got receipts and your phone records and showed you were not in Georgia, correct?
Correct. Even grocery receipts.
I think a video showing you getting groceries or something.
Sir?
A video showing you getting groceries?
Detective Hayes knows what my pasta salad recipe is now.
So if you didn't have anything to do with the actual murder, again, what would hesitate you to tell them what you did know?
If you don't know what you're talking about, keep your mouth shut.
But we've already established that you talked to the defendant over the 3rd and 4th for 3 phone calls, right?
Yes.
One of those was about 2 o'clock in the morning?
I think approximately. I don't know exactly.
Why did you give the defendant a credit card?
Because occasionally she said Gary would cut the credit cards off, and I didn't want her to just be stranded and not be able to, get gas or something to eat.
In 2018, in July, when they talked to you, were you still in a relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Still sexual in nature?
Yes. But at that point, we had not seen each other in quite some time. This thing is echoing.
It's okay. But you were still having the affair, still ongoing.
We were still talking.
I think we argue over words. You were still in the same relationship you had been with her, right?
Just not physical.
She had your credit card?
She did.
Still talking every day, sometimes twice a day?
Yes.
And, pardon me, but during those conversations, y'all would talk about sex and everything else?
That's true.
Sounds like a relationship, right?
Not arguing that. No, I'm not trying to,
How much did the defendant like to clean?
A lot.
Is she a neat freak?
Yes.
Do you remember one of her friends by the name of Sherry?
Yes.
Did she spell her name differently?
Yes.
How did Sherry spell her name?
Don't know. I just remember that it was different.
It was different than normally spelled?
Yes.
Who was Sherry? Who is Sherry?
Just a friend of hers. I don't really know where Sherry came into the picture at or even where she lived.
Did Sherry go to Emily's wedding?
Yes.
How close of friends were the defendant and Sherry?
At the time, pretty close.
Do you know how they would spend their time together?
No, not really. I mean, I know they spent time together, but I don't know what all they would do.
Did you go to Jamaica with the defendant?
I did.
When was that?
September of 17,
How long did y'all go?
for about a week.
Where'd y'all go? What, do you remember the name of the resort?
Hito.
Excuse me?
Hito.
Hito? And do you know if the defendant has Sherry do anything with a credit card?
No, I don't know that.
What did she tell her children where she was at?
I don't know. Like I said, she could come and go as she pleased, so I don't, that was,
She could even go to Jamaica for 10 days or so and not question her whereabouts?
I'm assuming.
But you don't know what she said to her children? Again, I'm sorry. You're going to have to say yes or no.
I'm sorry. No.
I can see you, but for the record.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
No, I do not know what she said to them.
But it was it a special occasion that y'all went to Jamaica?
It might have been my birthday.
Who paid for it?
I did.
July 10th. I'm going to move to that. So the next interview, July 10th of 2018. This is with the Sheriff's Office, Hayes and Pope, for the first time.
Okay.
When they came up and you met at the office, how did it start out?
I do not recall.
Do you remember reaching out to them through your attorney that you wanted to talk?
Do I remember reaching out to my attorney that?
Did y'all initiate the conversation with law enforcement?
I'm not understanding what you're asking.
Who asked who to come and talk? Did y'all ask the Sheriff's Office to come and talk?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was because you wanted to correct some lies that you said or deception?
Phone number.
Tell the jury about that.
Whatever phone number I had given, one of the phone numbers that I had given was incorrect, and I called Bobby Carter, my attorney, and told him, I said, I think I've got the right phone number, and and I think he actually called and gave it to the TBI agent, and then they came up at that point, and then to meet us.
And it was during this interview that you finally told them about the other phone?
I'm assuming. I don't.
Did the defendant tell you that Gary had moved out for quite some time? That they had separated and he moved out?
I think that was like years before. I don't know any details on that at all.
When it came to what you knew of...
You're asking, did Melody move out? Or did
No,
Gary
did Melody tell you that Gary had moved out of the home?
I do not remember that at all. No, sir.
When it came to the control of finances between the defendant and Gary, who controlled the finances?
According to her, Gary did.
And to what degree did he, according to her, control the finances?
100%.
But was she able to buy things or have things?
Anything she wanted.
Do you know why he controlled the money?
I do not.
Did you know about Ted Wiley?
I did.
She never said that Gary had ever abused her or physically done anything to her?
No.
Do you remember Sergeant Pope kind of giving you at one point during the interview on the 10th, he starts talking to you about goodwill and vibes, or good vibes. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember anything where Sergeant Pope kind of kicked it up a gear to try to get you to give more information?
I remember that he did that. I don't remember specifically when.
And do you know why he was doing that? What was it that you were doing that made him start pushing you more?
I have no idea.
Do you remember Elizabeth Williams from the TBI? You were asked the question, who bought the defendant's other phone? I call burner, you say other. Should they press you on, did you buy that phone? Do you remember your initial response?
I do not.
Do you remember admitting that you did buy the phone for her?
I do not.
Now, on July 10th, you haven't mentioned anything about the burn pile. Is that correct?
I don't know the time frame as to what was said when on that. I do not.
On July 10th, do you remember telling law enforcement that the last communication, not in person, but by text, that you had with the defendant was on July 5th when they were looking for Gary?
Yes.
Do you remember what that text was?
I think that's what it was. We're looking for Gary.
And respond ASAP?
You have it. I don't. I just remember it.
No reason to disagree if that was the message.
No.
So the last time that you say that you talked to her was by that text on the 5th, the morning of the 5th, right?
Yes.
At one point, law enforcement asked you when Gary was on the 10th, when Gary had been murdered, they asked you about a motive, and they asked you who has the most to gain out of this. Who did you say had the most to gain out of the death of Gary?
I don't recall.
In that context, they were asked about Chad Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
And do you remember telling law enforcement that Melody loves him to death?
I don't remember it, but you
Well,
obviously.
let me ask you independently. How does the defendant feel about Chad Bruce?
I think at the time she did.
Was Amanda's fiance at the time?
I don't know if they were engaged then or
But
not.
you know who that is, right?
Yes,
And you know who Amanda is?
I do.
And they're married now?
Yes.
And during this process, after the defendant was arrested, you met with Amanda quite some times, right?
They came up and got stuff from Martha out of the car. Yeah,
Talked to her on the phone or by text message?
I'm assuming. Yeah.
Chad also?
Yes.
You don't remember who bought the burner phone, the second phone? You don't remember whether or not you told law enforcement you did or didn't?
You've lost me.
Okay.
Start
You
again.
don't- the second phone that Melody had, the question was asked who bought it. Do you remember what your answer was?
I do not.
Judge, may I approach the witness to refresh his recollection?
This was my words.
Yep.
Says
Just read it to yourself, and I'll ask you.
I will say yes.
I'm sorry. Read to yourself. It's just a legal rule. Just read it to yourself.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection of what your answer was? Who bought the second phone of hers?
I'm assuming that's what I said. So.
The way the rule works is they show you or is that better? They either show you or play you your statement.
Yes, sir.
All right. The question is, does that refresh your recollection? Does that make it come back to you anew that that's what your conversation was? If your answer is yes, then you can say, yes, I remember, and that's what I said. If it doesn't refresh your memory as to what you said, then you say, no, that did not refresh my memory as to what was said. All right.
Here's my question again. Who bought her second phone?
I do not know.
How much money did the defendant know that Gary would have in his ATM or bank account at times, like a month?
It varied.
And how much would he have?
I mean, it could be anywhere from a few hundred to a few $1,000s.
Was there times that there would be $40,000 deposited in the account, and then the next day most of it would be Gary would move it to something else?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
And that he would have $500,000 to $600,000 a year that he would make?
Yes.
All right, I want to turn now to July 24th, 2018. Law enforcement comes back and meets with you again. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that because your attorney and you want to clarify something?
I do not recall that.
When they met with you, where did y'all meet again? Was it Bobby's office?
Yes, sir.
And that was about 2 to 3 hour meeting with them. Does that sound about right?
I do not know.
Do you remember at some point that during the meeting that you had to take a break with Bobby and go out and do some more talking?
Yes.
And that was because they were pressing you with information. Is that right?
Correct.
Pope didn't believe that you were telling him everything, and Hayes didn't believe that you were giving him all the information about those phone calls on the 3rd or the early morning of the 4th around 2 a.m., right?
Right.
they didn't believe that you were telling them everything that was said on those phone calls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And they were pushing you to give more information.
Yes.
And because of that, you had to go stop and go talk to your attorney because you did have more information that you ended up telling them, right?
I stopped to go talk to my attorney because I was flipping out.
And after talking to the attorney, you did come back in and give them more information. Is that correct?
I came back in and told them something, yes.
I mean, you walked back in, right?
I did.
You opened your mouth and you told them the words, correct?
I did.
They didn't have to pull it out of you. You actually said what was going on.
Well, it's a matter of opinion as to pull it out of me when you are threatened the way I was.
And in your presence, Bobby, you were explaining that you were loyal to the defendant, correct?
I do not remember saying that, but
But you were there when your attorney was talking. Is that true?
Yes.
Right before.
Well, I think he talked to them without me, but no, I could not swear to that one for sure. But I think they talked some without me.
At some point, though, you come back in, and it's you sitting there with your attorney. Detective Hayes is there, and Sergeant Pope's there. Is that true?
That's correct.
And now you're ready to come back and give them more information that you had not told them, right?
I'm ready to walk in and tell them something.
And you're going to tell them about a conversation that you had with the defendant on July 4th around 2 or 2:30 in the morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, you said it was the last part of the last conversation in that night. Is that right?
That's right.
And it was about Gary being in the burn pile.
That's what I said.
Tell the jury what you said the defendant told you during that conversation on July 4th, 2018.
I said that she said that this is not going to be word for word, but that she said that Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, Gary was on the burn pile. And I said, don't say nothing else to me. Something like that.
Would it refresh your recollection you can't remember the exact words?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at something to see if it does?
You're welcome to show it to me.
Here's my approach. The recording is July 24th, 2018.
Interview.
It's an interview with the TBI and the Sheriff's Office.
All right, so this is a
transcript of that.
That's where I'm going. Who prepared it?
We had a contract for the office prepared.
Y'all paid someone to do it.
Yes, and Judge, what I would also, it
is a transcription.
It is not.
I have called it an interpolation. It is not a transcript. It is not a court transcript. It is not done by deposition, sworn under oath, in court, anything of that nature. Correct.
Yes,
so when y'all so I'm just saying. So when they're going to refer to it as a transcript because that's what they're used to calling things, where people take down what people say and spit it out in a written format. But it is not a transcript to the extent that it is a deposition or certified court testimony. This is what someone who was paid to listen to the recording typed out and prepared and gave to the district attorney's office. All right.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Somewhat.
Just this time, if I can have the jury step out and play it for him outside their presence.
I'll step out from that.
All right. For defense counsel, this is going to be from Rusty, the file that I think it says Rusty and has his interviews. This is going to be for Roy Barton 072418. I'm going to label it as Barton 1. And it is a recording. It's 2 hours and 32 minutes and 4 seconds long. I'm going to cue it up at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 44 seconds. I'm going to start at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 13 seconds. So Judge, I tender Barton 1 into evidence this time just as an exhibit. I'm not tendering into the case in front of the jury.
Right. All right. Go ahead.
All right, sir, I'm going to play this. Let me know if you can hear it, okay?
Is that accurate,
Absolutely
sir?
not.
I want you to,
Right.
could you maybe diagnose the first call that would be an interest to us, not the time or anything about what
I
happened?
think there was only one conversation that is what you're looking for.
Okay.
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 And it was the last conversation.
Okay.
And
Would it be safe to say there wasn't much talking after that?
no, that was the end of the conversation.
Okay.
And is that the last time you've spoken with her? No.
No, because I talked to her.
Yeah.
I talked to her every day. But again, every day was just every day.
So when let's talk about that conversation that you feel was,
probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know.
okay.
And that is everything,
That
period.
you discussed with her.
Period.
She didn't say anything about.
Nothing before,
Anything
nothing since. When I talked to her after that, it was just like it was portrayed to y'all. We're looking for Gary. And
Did she say, okay, so there was we ain't going to get the time.
I stopped it at 1 hour, 32 minutes, and 44 seconds. So having listened to your statement about the burn pile, can you tell me in your own words what you said?
She said he was in the burn pile.
Can you give me the whole couple of sentences that you said?
And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, don't tell me anymore. I don't need to know.
So you can't fully remember? You
No.
can't say it verbatim?
No, sir.
Was your memory at the time that you said it to law enforcement in July 24th, 2018, was your memory the best at that time when you said it?
No, sir.
I mean, was it better then than it is now?
No, sir.
Do you agree that what you heard you say, that was you saying it?
Yes, sir.
And that was inaccurate? What you said is what you said to law enforcement.
It is what I said.
Judge, I'm going to play this statement under past recollection.
What's the discrepancy from what
Hey,
you just
if-
testified to?
Well, he can't say everything verbatim, and also it's a prior inconsistent statement that I'll be playing later on. When
What's
he flips.
inconsistent about it?
Well, no, when we get to his,
He's going to get to something that he
right,
says.
then I'm
it
going to
said
play
that-
it then. So I was just going to go ahead and play it now. I can wait to then.
I mean, I don't know what's inconsistent at the moment in what he's saying or why you need to introduce a statement, because he has essentially said that's what he told the cops.
Judge, there's two lines of thought here. Prior inconsistent statement under 24-6-6-13.
What's the inconsistency?
It's not there yet. The one is that
Well, then
no, Judge. The inconsistency
is upcoming because he says it was a different conversation on a different day.
Sconiers v. State, S24A 0139, April 30th, 2024. The failure of a witness to remember making a statement, like the witness's flat denial of that statement, may provide the foundation.
He has not flatly denied making the statement. He substantially adopted what was said in the conversation that you just played. So why is there a need to play it?
One, because when a witness says, I can't remember, that's a prior inconsistent statement.
You've
Two,
now confronted him with the statement, and he has adopted it.
right, and so he has to, when the jury comes out, he's going to have to be able to say the whole statement. He's not going to be able to do that.
What is inconsistent with what he just said on the stand just now from what he said in the recording?
I'm not on the inconsistency, Your Honor. It's past recollection recording.
You have refreshed his memory. He knows what he said.
Right.
He just said what he said. You're saying there's 3 words different. What's the issue there?
One, precision. I think it matters that they hear the exact words. I think that's an important thing, Your Honor. I don't think a word.
Well, you can
off-
cross-examine him. Isn't it true that you said, and you can say it to him, and then he can say, yes, that's what I said, or no, that's not what I said.
You're just not going to let me. I'm just not going to be able to play it under this.
There's no reason to play it at this point.
Well, then I'll move on, Judge.
All right.
Mr. Barton, on July 24th, 2018, while meeting with your attorney who was present and Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope, after they had to take a break to get you to give more information that you did not originally give, you told them that the defendant, probably the last minute of the last conversation, she said, Gary is in the burn pile. No, she said, he is in the burn pile. And I said, what? And she said, he's in the burn pile. And I said, do not say another word and do not tell me anything. I do not need to know. Those were your words to law enforcement in July the 24th of 2018. Is that true?
Yes.
And then afterwards, you said, that is everything, period. Correct?
Yes.
And you also told law enforcement, did you not, that if I'm going to give an ounce, I'm going to give a pound, right?
I don't recall that. But
would you dispute it?
no, I would not.
And you made it clear several times after telling them that she told you Gary was in the burn pile, that that's everything she said and that's what happened, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that she made the statement to you that you said she said, on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, Gary had not been reported missing yet. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, in July, when you gave this statement to law enforcement, you did mention something about taking some Advil PM or Tylenol PM. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
But you never said about being afraid or terrified that you couldn't, because you were so scared from what was going on that you couldn't say what happened. Isn't that true?
I don't know what you're at. I don't know what you're saying.
In July 2018, July 24th of 2018, when you told law
During
enforcement...
this conversation?
Yes.
Yes.
You never mentioned, I'm scared and I need to... That wasn't right what I just said. You never said I was scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
Right. You never told them you were scared, did you?
Not to law enforcement.
There's not going to be a recording of you saying I was scared and that's why I said what I said.
True.
And that night that you said about the defendant telling you that he's in the burn pile, you never came back and said, I need to recant that this night, did you? Now, in July of 2018, you never came back and said, I need to recant that. That was wrong.
Not in July of 2018.
Correct. You didn't do that, did you?
I did not.
And you didn't do that. You actually didn't recant until your statement in June of 2019. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And in June 25th of 2019, I want to turn to that one. Melody was just arrested with you in her presence in the vehicle, right?
Correct.
The week before. The
Correct.
18th, I believe.
I don't know the date, but yes.
And after she was arrested, a couple of days later, you then get in contact with law enforcement and want to tell them something. Is that true?
I don't recall if we contacted them to get them to come back or if they just came back.
But you wanted to tell them, you wanted to recant the statement you gave about Gary being on the burn pile.
I did.
So you got with them and you want to tell them that I want to recant this, retract it, right?
Yes.
And when you met with them in June the 25th of 2019, your attorney was with you, is that correct?
Yes.
And Sergeant Pope was there, is that correct? Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope?
I'm going to say yes, but I couldn't. Yeah, I'll say yes. I'm not 1,000% sure.
Was law enforcement from Cherokee County there?
They were.
And they came up to Tennessee to meet with you, right?
Yes.
And you were meeting at your attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And you were there for the purpose because you wanted to tell them or clarify something. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know if they came up to see me or if we requested them to come up. I do not recall that who set the meeting.
So on this meeting in June of 2019, after the defense had been arrested and you were with her and all that, what did you tell law enforcement what was wrong with the first statement about being on the burn pile. How did you retract that? What did you say?
Well, I don't have the verbatim, and that seems to be important, but basically what I said was, what I told you was correct, but when it happened was not correct.
So what you said is she did say those words to me, but it was just a different date?
Yes.
And so what date did you say that she told you that Gary was in the burn pile?
I don't know that I set a date. I just said that I had gone to Martha's house. Martha had told me, and then while I was there, Melody had called, and then she told me it.
You remember saying it could have been July 9th?
I do not know what day it was.
Well, looking at the calendar on the floor there, July 2018, you talked to the the sheriff's office with the TBI on July 10th of 2018. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
And then you talked to him again on July 24th of 2018. You agree with that, correct?
Yes.
And on July 24th, 2018, you tell them, Melody told me Gary's in the burn pile. I don't want to know about it, don't want to talk about it, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that at some point you got the date wrong. Would it have been before the 24th?
Yes, it was before the 24th.
Was it closer to the 9th of July or a different date?
I don't think anything transpired on the 9th of July.
So tell us, what day did this conversation happen where the defendant said Gary's in the burn pile, that you said is a different date from July 4th at 2 o'clock in the morning?
I do not know the date, but I do know that it happened after Detective Hayes and Sergeant Pope had been up, because after they left, I went to Martha's house, and that's when it was. So it would have been after that.
After the defendant was arrested, you had an opportunity to talk with her while she was in the jail. Is that right?
I did.
And you were able to listen to some jail calls that I had to confirm that that was you on the jail calls. Is that right?
That's right.
It was you talking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It was the defendant talking. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And they were fair and accurate recordings of your conversations with her while she had been arrested in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
Being here in Cherokee County Sheriff's Office, right?
I'm assuming so.
At the jail here in the county. And some of those times that she was in the jail, you talked to her about meeting and talking with Amanda and Chad. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would actually check on Melody, ask her questions, or she would tell you stuff, and then you would go and talk to Amanda and Chad about things. Is that right?
I'm assuming yes.
And one of those meetings was on June 24th, 2019. Is that correct?
You talking about a phone call?
Yes, phone call with the defendant.
Okay, there was a phone call most every day.
So, all right, so you agree that you had a conversation with her in jail on June 24th, 2019. Is that fair to say?
If you have it down, yes.
And June 24th of 2019, that's the day before you go and actually meet with law enforcement and, quote, recant your statement. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the defendant telling you that you need to explain to Amanda about the chess match?
Yes.
And ask you if you've been interviewed, and you say, I'm going to be tomorrow by our two favorites. Do you remember saying that?
Mm-hmm.
And that's because the next day you were going to go up and meet with them and Bobby, and that's when you recanted, correct?
I'm assuming yes.
Remember the defendant talking about, well, there has been a very well-played orchestra in this?
Yes.
And tell Amanda about Chris? She would tell you to tell Amanda about things about Chris and Scott?
I remember hearing that on the recording, but I don't know what that meant.
June 26, 2019, do you remember in jail call there that the defendant told you you need to stress to Amanda that she needs to find out whatever kind of trouble Chris is in and have that dealt with? And that you need to explain to Amanda that there is a well-played orchestra?
Yes.
And you need to explain the chess match to her?
Yes.
And that she was supposed to meet with somebody and be interviewed? Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but who was somebody?
That she was supposed to be interviewed either by an attorney or somebody in the case.
Okay. I don't know.
Now, I had you listen to, in full, 2 of the phone calls. Do you remember that?
You had me listen to a bunch of phone calls.
Do you remember that in July 5th of 2019, the defendant had a preliminary hearing? That was the one that was on TV that you watched. You remember that?
Yes.
You did watch it on TV, right?
Part of it, yes.
And she wanted you to watch it. Is that correct?
Yes.
You listened to that July 5th, 2019 conversation that y'all had about the prelim. Was it a fair and accurate conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes.
This time, Judge, I'm tendering to evidence calls 13. So July 5th, 2019 jail conversation.
No objection.
Go ahead.
To remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed and may automatically disconnect this call. This call is also subject to being recorded or monitored, except your call has been accepted. Hey.
But, hey,
You okay?
no.
Did you watch it?
Yes. Watched it live.
Okay. Did you watch it with Bobby?
No, I didn't know it was going to be on until it was already going.
Okay.
And found it, but I sent it to him to watch.
Okay.
They didn't talk much. Bobby said they wouldn't have said that. They wasn't supposed to. Because it was recanted. It was said under duress, and they wasn't supposed to use it.
Right.
But there's a whole lot they left out, but I have not seen it all.
Well, I had a minute, Michael and I talked back and forth during it, and he talked to Amanda afterwards. And, it's okay.
I know they're devastated because all of us are. How are you?
I'm okay. Oh, you do need to call Amanda, though. And
You
explain. Do what?
You sure she'll talk to me?
Yeah. 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 Michael talked to her afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah. And I talked to her.
Explain what happened.
Do what?
You said explain to her what happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still a whole lot that don't make any kind of sense to me whatsoever.
Well, that's what Michael said.
I told them, I said, I've never been so afraid of anything in my entire life. I didn't know my name. And Bobby said, that happens all the time. Well, it ain't supposed to happen to me. And I should have better control of my faculties.
Well, that's what trial's for.
Fear will do.
Do what?
So that's what fear will do.
Sure. So who watched it with you?
Nobody. I watched it by myself. I just pulled it up on the computer and I turned it on just right before Hayes started talking about it.
So can you go back and watch the entire thing then?
I think so. I haven't tried to yet. It's on that WSB TV Facebook page, and I don't know if you're not on Facebook if you can get into it or not.
Right. Well, see if Bobby can get you into it.
Yeah. Said it was about 2 hours. I thought it was over with, and then realized they had taken a 10-minute recess.
Correct.
Yeah. So I thought it was over with. I didn't see nothing after the recess.
Oh, okay. So you really need to watch that.
Okay. Well, I just a few minutes ago sent it to Bobby to tell him where he could find it so he could watch it.
Right. Now, I was going to say, I wish you would do that and let him talk to you.
Okay.
Michael did say that he'd be talking to you.
Okay.
Wanted to know, and I said, definitely.
Well, yeah.
I love you.
I love you too, buddy. I'm sorry you're in this.
Yeah, me too. Apparently Chris and Scott were there. Emily was there. Emily looked horrible. See, I was told not to even look back that direction. So.
Well, and that's what they said on TV. She didn't even turn and look at her family. Like, that's pretty.
Well, I was told not to keep my head down and do not look to the back.
Right. Don't look back and don't show any emotions.
Right.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for calling.
Did you think I wouldn't?
I was afraid.
Pinocchio was singing loud today.
Yeah. Yeah. Still the chess game.
Very much so.
Uh-huh.
But please call Amanda and explain to her, because she said she had some questions for you. That she was, she said she hadn't eat, because she had slept, she had whatever, and they had actually just left Michael just 2 minutes ago talking to him. So.
Okay. Well. Yeah, we'd be glad to talk to her.
Bethany, she said I just have some questions that I want answered,
Right.
Because I said, Amanda, just remember that, what this it is. And remember what they can do at this hearing.
Right.
But yeah, you need to go back and watch the entire thing.
Okay. I will do that.
And keep it. But yeah, definitely watch it with, him.
Yeah. Well, he told me that he had just settled a big court case that he thought was going to have him tied up all month. So he was going to be a lot more accessible. Wasn't really hoping that I needed him, but obviously we do.
Well, Michael told me, he said, no, I know it sounds bad. He said, but if you go back and watch it again, he explained to me what's not,
Right. Now, I just hope he's got the knowledge that, Manny said he had.
You checked on MJ lately?
I talked to her today after all this.
How is she?
She said, I think I'm going to need a pill. I said, yeah, me too. She said, well, come on over. I'll give you one.
I don't know how close that we are on time, but
8 minutes, 35 seconds from when it started ringing, I think.
okay,
I don't know how long you got.
15 minutes.
Okay, well, let's don't waste it. Holler back at me when you can.
Well, I mean, this phone call is 15 minutes. So.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, like I said, I'm gonna try to talk to Bobby, give him time to find that thing and see if he can watch it. I'll find it again and see if I can watch it.
I would have never not called you.
Huh?
I would have never not called you.
Thank you.
So when did you recant?
2 weeks ago. I've been trying to ever since last year, and Bobby just said, "I ain't no need of saying nothing unless something happens, because if nothing happens, then it don't matter."
Right.
And I kept telling him all the time, "Bobby, it's killing me that I said something wrong."
Well, even how they said it today in court, the second go around wasn't right. Well, there was nothing to tell you, so.
I know, and that's what I said. I told them that 50 times.
Well, there still is no evidence.
No, I think everything they've got can easily be explained.
Well, and I don't know that they've got anything.
Well, that's true too.
Because there is nothing to have, because I didn't do anything.
Right.
Oh.
Oh. Well, just remember that Michael knows how sick he was and what he was going through.
I know.
Yep.
I do know.
I know. I know, baby.
I know, and I'm not upset with you.
Thank you.
Just remember, this is all us, that you need to go back and really watch it, and all of it.
I will. I will.
I'll do my best to call you back tonight
Okay.
after you've watched it. See?
Yes. I'm gonna watch it.
I love you.
I love you. Be strong.
I will. I promise you too.
I'm telling myself that every day, ever since last year.
Breathe.
I'm trying.
I knew you were. Hey, baby. I love you.
Hi, Don. I love you.
Oh.
Oh,
Take a breath.
I am.
Okay.
Call me when you can.
I will. Talk to Amanda. Okay?
I will.
Okay. This call will be terminated in 2 minutes.
Okay. I love you. Bye.
This conversation with the defendant was after the preliminary hearing where they talked about the evidence in the case. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had said that you had waited to tell law enforcement. Can you hear me?
That's better.
You said that you waited to tell law enforcement that you recanted or made a mistake or said something that wasn't true for several months. Is that right?
Yes.
And you didn't tell the defendant that you had said what she told you back in July 24th of 2018. You had not told the defendant that you told law enforcement about her saying he's in the burn pile.
No.
So what you wanted to do, is it not, you were trying to wait to see if any charges were taken out. So you didn't have to reveal to your lover that you actually told law enforcement. She did tell me on July 4th, about 2 o'clock in the morning, that he was in the burn pile. You just didn't want to have to tell her that, right?
No, that's not correct.
But you did wait to see if she got arrested, and until it came out in evidence that you actually were cooperating with law enforcement, right?
Under advisement of my attorney.
And then in the prelim, when it came out that you did, when Detective Hayes testified that you told them back in July 2018 that she told you Gary's in the burn pile, when that information came out, this was the phone call afterwards. Is that correct?
Say that again.
In the preliminary hearing, when it was revealed that you did tell law enforcement that the defendant told you Gary's in the burn pile, this is the conversation that you had with the defendant after that came out in court, correct?
I would assume yes, because you've got the dates. So,
and in this conversation on the call that we just listened to, you were very concerned that she was going to be upset with you for what you told law enforcement about the burn pile, correct?
Correct.
You were concerned that she was going to stop talking to you, correct?
Correct.
And you were concerned that she was going to end the relationship with you, and you didn't want that to happen, right?
Right.
And then she tells you that Amanda is very concerned over this, right?
Yes.
Because Amanda got really upset because she did not know that you had told law enforcement that the defendant, her mother, told you that Gary was in the burn pile. Is that right?
Right.
And so after this, you actually had to go talk to Amanda and Chad. Is that right?
They came to Tullahoma, if I'm not mistaken. They came to Tullahoma to get Melody's belongings, and that's when we had the conversation.
But you had to sit down with them and explain to them why you told law enforcement that the defendant told you that Gary was in the burn pile back in July 4th of 2018, right?
Yes.
And you're not disputing that you said those words in July 24, 2018. You said that the defendant told me Gary's in the burn pile. Yes. You said that, correct?
I did.
That happened in time. It's something you said.
It did.
But what you're telling the jury is that you were treated in such a manner that you were so scared, and that's why you said it back in July of 2018.
Yes.
That the way law enforcement was treating you, the context, the circumstances of that interview were such a degree that you lost the faculty to control what you were saying, right?
That's exactly right.
That it was, quote, duress is what you said in this phone call, correct?
Yes.
But you will agree with me back in July the 24th of 2018, in that same conversation with law enforcement, you sat there with them for hours, right?
I don't know how long we were there. But
right, you can't remember how long you were there, right?
No.
You can't remember all the details, is that correct?
No.
But yet you can remember in June of 2019 saying, I misspoke. She said that some other date after the event. It wasn't on July 4th.
I remember that because Bobby Carter, my attorney, and I talked about it nonstop for however many months that was. So it wasn't a, miraculous thought. It was an ongoing conversation from day one.
So what we have is you have one statement that you gave on July 24th of 2018 that the defendant admitted to you, a statement that she knew that she put that Gary was in the burn pile. We have that statement that you made, correct?
You do.
And then there's another statement almost a year later in June 25th of 2019, where you say, I recant that. She said that some other time, right?
That's correct.
But when you're talking to them in July of 2018, the 24th, when you're talking to them and saying Gary's in the burn pile, you're able to communicate with them and use complete sentences, right? You're talking freely, correct?
I was talking freely, yes.
Are you saying that you didn't have the ability to talk?
No, I had the ability to talk. You heard the words.
And you're saying that during this time, you agreed with me at parts during this interview that you would actually, y'all would joke and have candy and were sharing candy on the 24th, right?
I'm guessing that was the same time. I don't know. Was that the strawberry one?
The watermelon?
Yeah.
And that would have been after the statement about the burn pile, right?
I don't know. Was it?
You don't remember?
No, sir.
So you agree with me that the defendant was worried about you talking and saying things, right?
Yes.
And she did tell you to stop talking to law enforcement and not say anything.
Yes.
Isn't that true?
Yes.
You listened to another phone call, call 16, that was on July 8th of 2019. It was a conversation between you and the defendant in my office. You remember that? The second conversation that you listened to today.
Yes.
And that was a fair and accurate recording of a conversation between you and the defendant.
Yes.
Just this time I tendered evidence, call 16. Call 16. It is only 5 minutes and 5 seconds. Yeah, go ahead.
Please remain on the line. Hold for acceptance. This is a prepaid call from an inmate at a correctional facility. Three-way or call waiting is not allowed. Your call has been accepted.
Darn.
Rita?
Just got through unloading the machine.
Right.
You all right?
No.
What's wrong?
Well, like a long time ago, I said stop talking.
Right.
I haven't done anything.
I know that, darling.
But somehow or the other, what you keep talking about, you're going to single-handedly hang me.
I have not said anything other than the one time, and I have retracted that, and they failed to show that retraction. I haven't said anything else. Because there was nothing else to say. There wasn't even that to say.
Well, what about a phone?
Nothing wrong with that.
Okay. I got another, blast. So, just making sure that you understand.
I do, baby, but there's nothing. You didn't do anything wrong. I haven't done anything wrong. So there's nothing wrong with us talking.
I understand that.
And there's nothing wrong with us talking because there's nothing to talk about.
Exactly.
There's nothing to talk about. Yeah. So.
But I'm asking you to, if you get a visit.
I'm trying to get an appointment with Bobby.
And y'all need to get in touch with people here.
Yes. Yeah, that was my goal. I wanted him to talk to your guy.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Got to get a handle on that.
The press took the one statement that was made out of fear, and they didn't pick up on the retraction of it. So that obviously hasn't helped.
Well, Amanda is now really upset, so I'm related.
I tried to call her and she didn't answer, so I wondered what was up.
Sure, talk to MJ.
I did.
She okay?
Yes.
Where was she yesterday?
I don't know. I just told her I'd come by and she wasn't there. She said, well, she didn't know where she was. She'd been out of the room. So I tried to call her after you and I talked and she didn't answer. And then she did finally call me back. And she said then she was in the bathroom. I told her I'd been by and she wasn't there.
All right. I'll get to go. Today's kind of an odd day, so please, if you get up with him.
Yes. I promise.
If you can get some things handled with
Yes.
my people.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I love you.
Be careful.
You too.
I love you.
I love you. I'm on Buzz Body right now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Judge, I'm almost at a stopping point. Maybe 5 more minutes, if that's all right.
All right.
Rusty, can you hear me?
Yes.
What I want to do is, there's a lot of stress in these matters, in these cases. Is that right?
Yes.
So let me do this. Let me just add a little bit more light than heat. So let me take it down just a little bit. Did you hear on this phone call on July 8th of 2019, while the defendant's in jail, she said about a minute 15, I have not said anything other. Right before that, she says about a minute, roughly 7. But some type or other, let you keep talking about you're going to single-handedly hang me. Did you hear her say that?
Yes.
And then y'all started talking about that one conversation that you retracted, right?
Right.
And that one conversation was the one that you made in your attorney's office on July 24th of 2018, right?
Right.
Are you a reasonable person? You try to be reasonable.
I would think so.
You would agree with me, would you not, that when you made this statement in July about the defendant telling you Gary's in the burn pile, when you made that statement, you and your attorney, very good attorney, Mr. Carter, had huddled up, just you two, for about 30 minutes to discuss what you were going to say, right?
We went back into Bobby's office, and Bobby was trying to talk me off the ledge. I was flipping out. And he was not expecting me to say that when I came back in.
But you were with your attorney, right?
Yes.
And you were paying your attorney, correct?
I was.
And you had 30 minutes or more to sit there and discuss what you were about to go do, right?
That whole 30 minutes was not what I was about to do. It was what I was just I was so distraught that I wasn't even making sense. And he was trying to get me to calm down.
And you would agree with me that you then went back out knowing law enforcement was trying to get more information from you about what y'all talked about on the phone that night of the 4th, and then you said he's in the burn pile.
That's correct.
And you agree with me that the defendant in this jail call was very concerned with you talking, right?
Yes.
And the words she used were single-handedly hang me.
Yes.
That's not what an innocent person says, is it?
That I don't know. Who? What she said or what I said?
What she said.
Well, I guess if you were locked up and somebody had said something against you, you'd probably say that too.
Because if the jury believes what you said on July 24th, that she had knowledge that he was in the burn pile, she's guilty of murder, right? If it's true.
No comment on that one.
Because you don't want to comment, do you?
No.
Judge, if we could stop here today, I'll pick back up.
All right.